incredibly important gathering, and we are here to raise awareness, seek solutions, and stand in solidarity for missing and murdered Indigenous people. To begin our opening ceremonies, I would like to ask our singers to sing a flag song, and would everyone please stand? We're going to post the colors. Be seated. I would like to invite our Principal Chief, Geoffrey, to offer our prayers.
You can remain seated, please. We see for me, grandfather and son. We saw you come up this morning, and we thank you for carrying our message to Almighty God. Our people say we don't know enough to know the mind of God, so He created this universe, and He created His Son to carry His messages back and forth, so you can come out and see us, Almighty God, and see how we are, and we want to come together, and we want to take care of one another, and all the difficulties that we have in doing that. We ask that you show us the way that He does it. Your Son, Jesus. Show us how that works. We try to follow our religions, we try to follow our churches, we try to follow our hearts. If we're not doing that, then show us how to follow that good road that you used to talk about. Because we're small, we're human, they say, and we don't know, but we want to know, because we're pitiful that way. You know that. So we're asking for your mercy. We want to, especially today, support all those who are here in this difficult and most important field of taking care of our people and protecting them. Show us how to do it. Show us how we can work together and support each other. Because we're calling upon you, Almighty, to show us, protect us, bring us together, and have all those that come around us to go ahead and support everything that's going on here with all these brave people that are here with all the stress, all the sadness, all the grieving, all that goes into this world. They want to make it better. We need to help them. So have mercy on us when we do this. Please have mercy on all those who have been harmed wrongfully. We ask in your Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Chief Standing here. At this time, I would like to ask our singers to offer an honor song for all our relatives who have been affected by MMIP.
Oh!
time, I would like to invite all of the attendees to step up and go to the campus. You don't have to do it right now, but during the day today, step up and go to the campus and make your handprint mark. This is signifying your commitment to partnering to tackle the MMIP crisis together. We will have this set up throughout the day today, and so at the end of the symposium tomorrow, we'll hang up the canvas and it will show all of our community's commitments to fighting the scourge on our Indigenous people. We are very grateful to our sponsors who have made this event possible. A special thank you to the Osage Casinos, the Tinker Federal Credit Union, and BNN alumni. We appreciate your commitment to justice and awareness. Also, if I could bring your attention to the QR code on your event schedule at your seat. If you visit that with your phone, an expanded digital guide will pop up, and that has all the full bios and additional information about our speakers and our panelists and our sessions. It also has MMIP community resources on that as well. So first, it is my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Chief Perrier of the Osage Nation. Chief Perrier has long been a leader in advocating for justice and safety for our people. He has over 35 years of experience as an attorney in Indian country and has led our nation for the past 11 years. Please join me in welcoming Chief Perrier.
Thank you, Shannon. Congratulations on all of you being here. I want to acknowledge my elder, Steve Pincinel. This is the guy who got me into politics at OU. During the days of the 70s, the days of rage. But that whole political movement at the time is, and what I went through, was fortunate to go through, good, bad, what it is what it was, helped form a lot of us to keep that strength going that it takes. And that really came in valuable after I got out of law school. I went to the University of Tulsa Law School. Also, I was here, and I didn't have lawyers in my family. In those days, you got to know somebody. So I got in there, and I got recruited by some street lawyers, the Native American Center in Oklahoma City. And they said, well, here's the movement. Here's what we're trying to do. This Indian Child Welfare Act was brand new, and it wasn't even implemented anywhere. And we're going to, us 6 lawyers, 5 or 6 lawyers they had, one way to look back, they said, well, we're trying to implement this. And these state judges are saying, well, that's federal law. And they said, well, it applies to the states and tribes. In those days, there wasn't a lot of tribal sovereignty recognized. This was several years before gaming, before license tags, before tobacco, and all these other things. And we had all these problems, like we have today. It was pretty tough. And so I said, well, it'd be like 1/3 of all Indian children that were taken from their homes as children. Well, we got to do something about that. I'm in. So let me pay $600 a month. No insurance. So my wife is paid with that. So we got in there. And we had like Doug Parr, Perrier, Barksdale, all these. We had paralegals, like they're legends to me. Francis White, who's like this trial. Holy Rose, he's still alive. We had all these people that were dedicated. We went in there. We did criminal cases. They said we were like street lawyers in Oklahoma City, Capitol Hill District. We did what we could do. But I saw firsthand when we intervened in the Indian Child Welfare Act. We intervened and said, well, you got these placement preferences. You this crazy situation with social workers. And then next thing you know, that situation that was going on ended up in Los Angeles. Finally figured out where all that went. Everybody just packed up, gone. So it was so crazy because in that particular family group, we were trying to represent the mom and the kids back, but the 12-year-old ended up being charged with armed robbery on a different deal. And so we got armed robbery going on here. We have all this. I don't want to get, you all know how ugly some of this gets. You know, that side of the border. That was all there, and then it all ends up somewhere else. So I did that for a few years, and then boy, my sympathies and support go out to social workers. Incredible job that this coming from a guy that didn't like government. I really don't like government, but you got to have these people who go in there, but you got to respect what they're doing, what personal toll it takes on them. So I try to stay on top of this, what's happening out of my understanding and belief that what you all do needs more support. Is the I try to stay where we can be relevant because if you're not, things can happen and there's no support network. So I understand that difficulties, but I've got so much to learn. I'm still a student. Just last week, I went to New Mexico and took a 2.5-day course in the Indian Child Protection Act, Prevention of Family Violence, just to understand how the laws are now for us when we interview someone who's been in regular contact with a child or control of a child, transferring a child from one jail to the other, all the requirements and our public trust requirements for law enforcement is that much thicker than everybody else. But the standards and our laws and our standards that we recognize now, some 45 years later when I first started this, we're exercising our sovereignty. We don't have to follow the IAA rules. When we take federal money, they got to be at least as stringent. But are we doing it? And are we, what's our HR office doing? What's our background checks? How's that working? That's a lot of information. And so, I've got to keep studying because I'm just trying to do my part. And I don't try to run our departments, but I got to know it. I mean, it's just in my heart. I got to know. For the last half century, I got to know what everybody's doing when it comes to our children. Because, as these laws say, we're trying to protect our most precious, our children and our infants. We're trying to protect them. But how do you do that? It's through people like you that we can do that. I've seen that since I was working those streets in Oklahoma City before trials were even doing anything. You got to be out there, you got to stick together, you got to support each other, and it's every single day and night. I know that world, and how do we do that? Well, the only thing I can think of is go and seek out these, now we have federally recognized tribes. Go seek them out to do more than you want. Not enough. But do more, knowing that in this Doge world that we're in, the federal funds that have been coming down in trickles could not be there. They could all be gone. So that means you need to get ahead of it. And that means you need to talk to your elected officials, tribal leaders. You'd be surprised. I've been chief for a bit, honored to do that. I was on the legislature, like Osage Congress, that's what council did on that. You'd be stunned about how little contact we have with our constituents on a one-on-one basis that call you at home. I mean, I can go to an event and see all my constituents, I know so-and-so, and, you know, we do this, we do that, that's cool, that's what we do. But people just call us. Remember, we are serving for our nation. We're here trying to pick up all those teachings that our ancestors have taught us. When I came over here, I was thinking about a man named Kenneth Hedman. I was shocked with him. Anybody Steve knows who that is? His son, Louis Hedman, is a great speaker of Ponca language, and he knows how the Osage and the Ponca language go together. But his father, Kenneth, he was born in the 1800s. And I was having the opportunity to sit next to him all night, all through the morning, all till noon, and sit right next to him and learn from him. And we prayed together. So when I get in here, I'm thinking, well, that's that spirit that I'm trying to remember, trying to find it, still trying to do that. Because I've been very fortunate to have people like that, people from that 1800s that were older. What strikes me is that they ought to get up real fast, real strong. I can't even do that now. But those guys seem to always be in shape or something how they do that. But they were prayerful people. And when I was telling somebody when I was young, there's a way they don't do it anymore. Put paint on it. They used to do that. So I told my great uncle, I said, I want to put paint on it. My cousins did. Now we don't want to, you're not going to get that paint. Why? Why not? Because we know you. And you put on that paint, you make smoke with that tobacco. You're promising something to God. You're promising you're going to be on that good road. But we love you. Remember saying different ones saying this. We love you. And we don't want to see you make a promise to God that you can't keep. That's big stuff. If you haven't heard it, they always say, when you make that smoke, you go on the other side of the sun, first thing that's going to hit you is that smoke. You make all these smokes in your life and use that, you're going to have to run into them, you're going to have to front that, you're going to have to work it. So there's a way about all that. People knew, your people knew. You knew it, they knew it, and they want us to keep it up. And there's no better way, in my mind, taking care of these young people, taking care of these children. That's holy, that's sacred. You're doing that. So go to these legislators, these chiefs, these chairmen, say, look, we need money for these programs. This is what we're doing. Can't count on federal monies. And if other tribes are less fortunate, they don't have anything, go call other council members, other tribes, and say, we're all in this together. Can you help us? Yes, they will. They will do that. You just keep it up. Because that's where we are now. We got some federal laws, we don't need much anymore unless we take care of it ourselves. So I recognize it. I understand you do that. But let's do it together. We're not mind readers. We don't know how to help the way you need to help. Every people's different, every tribe's different. Okay? But we gotta know. You can help, you gotta help. And you can't wait. You can't every day. You all know every moment is critical. You don't know what's going to happen. So they say we're pitiful that way, the old folks. We can't see the future. That's right. So best I can do is help you out with my legislature. We've got to get the votes. Do what we can do. Don't be shy about it. Keep it up what you're doing. And it's really good. Thank you.
to put the mic up close to you. And we're aware of the problem, and this is as loud as it gets. But I will give you a trick if you're wanting. There's a big difference when you're talking this way at the mic and putting your hand around it and talking into your hand there. So your preference, but scared my breath.
Can you hear me now? Well, thank you, Chief Sammy Bear. That was a wonderful message you gave, and we will definitely keep that to heart, and your words will remember those words. Next, I am honored to introduce Osage Nation Police Chief Nick Williams, who will share insight on law enforcement's role in addressing MMIP cases within the reservation. Please welcome Chief Williams.
Thank you very much. My name is Nick Williams, I'm Chief of Police for the Osage Nation, but I'm also the Secretary of Public Safety for the Osage Nation. So I have an PD, I have emergency management, and I wildland fire. I try to use them to the best ability as I can for our Indigenous needs. Shannon had reached out, I thank you for the opportunity, because this is a subject that has been on my mind. Granted, ONPD doesn't have a lot of cases dealing in this world. I'm not saying that I haven't had members out in the world, but within our jurisdiction, we have very little case. But it's still a scary sight. It's still a scary story. These are our kids. These are our elders. These are our people. We're trying to do it the best we can with what we have. We're making these relationships out there. Try to utilize our resources better. Funding becomes a different question, but we have the resources. This past week, I met with the FBI. They were sent to me directly from the U.S. Attorney General's office. He says, what are your needs? What do you want to see done? What can we do to help with the Osage Nation? My very first answer, I'm interested in MMIP. I'm interested in human trafficking. I need more training. I want to get involved more with that. We have 7 casino locations, 5 with hotels, and that scares me. We're close to each corridor, north, south, east, and west. We have restricted properties that a lot of these predators think, well, it's federal restricted Indian lands. You can't touch me. Wrong. My department carries the SLEC, Special Law Enforcement Commission, to practice federal law, major crimes. We also have a cross-step agreement in place with the Sheriff's Office to act as deputies. Tribal code, enforce tribal law, practice our tribal court system. Move in that direction to sovereignty. We are a nation, and we've been here for generations. We have a history. You all may have seen the movie or heard the movie that came out based on Osage Nation. That history sits in our minds. We had a settlement come a few years ago, and I was still new in the position. And it scared me because I thought, are we getting ready to repeat history? I reached out to several entities. Hey, I'd like to visit. I'd like to have an MOU in place because we share the same company. We don't have the same jurisdiction, but we share the same company. We share the same perpetrators out there. And it's our duty to look at it after everybody that comes within our jurisdiction. Building these relationships has helped a lot. And I look forward to building more relationships. I brought a young officer with me. He's Osage. I have several young officers who are Osage. And I'm proud to say the majority of my staff is Osage. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now. these important matters. MMPI, human trafficking, it exists, and it exists in these neighborhoods. And it scares me because I have daughters, I have sons. And these perpetrators, these predators, they don't care. They don't care if you're man, you're woman, your child, you're poor, you're rich, whatever the circumstance may be, they don't care. And it's our job, your job, to protect them, to protect these families, inform these families, comfort these families. Goes back to the old saying as well, it takes a village to raise a woman, right? We are the village. We're spread across this nation, Indian world. Indian world, we all know somebody who knows somebody. There should be no reason why we're not building a better team. There should be no reason why we're not reaching out. That's my personal view. That's what I want to get done. It does take time, I get it. Rome wasn't built in a day. But Shannon, you pulled something off here today. You got all these people here. These are people who, to me, care about this, who want to see a change, who want to move forward, who want to do better, who want to protect our people. My young officers come in. Not everybody is built for this. The things we see, the things we deal with. We're human too. But I commend my officers, my wildland firefighters, my emergency management. Because in the midst of the storm, we're out there, but the next day, we're getting back up, put the uniforms on, boots on, and go out and do it again. Not going to put our days in the line. I'm glad to see you all. I want to be able to reach out to everybody. Shannon, you have my email? Please reach out to me. Let's build this team. Let's build these teams, I should say, across this nation to better our people. Bring comfort to our people. One of my biggest things is working with our youth as well. Get our youth educated. Let's get them educated. Let's get them moving in the right direction. I'm fortunate. I was around when I still have elders, full-blood elders. I'm doing my best to pass on what they taught me. I'm not always going to be correct, and I still need to learn. There's always a lot of learning. Just like anything else. To be improved, there's always better. And that's where I see it. Is you have a solution. Can I use it? Help me with this problem? And vice versa. Again, we all share the same company. We all know somebody who knows somebody. Please reach out. I'd like to meet with you all one-on-one. Let's make our Indian world better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Williams. We share the same perpetrators. It's very true. Sticking together, uniting. Next on our agenda is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Tara Gatewood. Tara is a powerful voice in Indigenous journalism and advocacy, and her work has paved the way for critical conversations about justice and healing in Indian country. Please welcome Tara Gatewood.
Try it like this. So I gotta be like a rapper, I guess. I'm Tara Gatewood, and it is definitely a pleasure and an honor to be standing right here in this spot, on this very day, at this very second. This is a very important moment, I think, for all of us, because we're creating a community right here. And what you learned today, what you hear, I hope you carry it in your hearts. When you return to wherever you call home, that you help it grow. This is the most beautiful time to be thinking of these things as we are in this spring season. And so I just really appreciate the invitation to come here and to connect with you. Definitely thank you to our singers. Just hearing that drum shake these walls and other things, maybe even the glass that was in front of you. They opened up a really good space, which is important because we're talking about survival. We're talking about our people. We're talking about our story. It's who we are as Indigenous people. And the louder we speak it, the stronger we speak it, the stronger our future is. You're a part of that, however you're connecting to us today. So I honor you as well for opening up your hearts, your minds, and your ears. And I really appreciate the nations that know this place to be home. And when we say home, it means a lot. That means where we're from. It means where we go to nourish ourselves, to re-strengthen ourselves. So know that where you're standing is one of those places. It's a convergence of several tribes as well. I just want to give good thoughts to all the nations that know this place as home, and maybe the ones whose names we don't know because they are moved on, pushed out, and their story was kept secret to history. I honor all those people too. And wherever you call home or wherever your people are from, honor those spaces as well, because it's about connecting spaces. So I just appreciate everyone for being here. And so my name is Tara Gatewood. I'm from Otoe-Missouria, which is the Isleta Pueblo, which is one of the most southern pueblos in New Mexico. You know Santa Fe, it's about an hour south of there. You know Albuquerque, it's about 15 minutes south. And we live right off the river. So we are very appreciative to water. So this little desert rat is having so much fun seeing all of this water going across creeks that look like my river. So I'm seeing what rivers are, and it's really exciting. I just came from St. Louis and was there for something that connects to what we're talking to today, of listening to our people and making a pathway. And so I think the most important thing, if you can take away and know about me, is that I'm here, I'm listening, and I have the pathway to help others to listen better. And that's something that is often the biggest obstacle in anything that's put forward in front of us, is getting people to listen, to have people listen fully. And that's something that I'm very honored to have this pathway. And so, as I said, I come from Isleta Pueblo, and this issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people, it's just as rampant as it is everywhere. And I think when we talk about connecting community, I, a Pueblo woman, driving thousands or hundreds of miles to get to this place, and to come to this very spot and here, it is the same situation. I think that's huge. Because often we think we're divided because of borders and space. But as we know as Indigenous people, our communities connect. And unfortunately, they connect in this way where we have stories of people who have been taken from our circle. Stories about people who have gone missing and we don't know where they are. We don't know where they are right now. And our hearts go out to anyone who's in this room, who is a family member, who has somebody who is gone and you don't know their story. I wish you a lot of strength, and I I wish you a journey where you do get those answers, because it's important. That's a part of your family's history. That's a part of your nation's history. So it is something that connects us, unfortunately. But I come from a people, and I know a lot of you do as well, and we're raised. If we see a problem, we have to do our best to try and fix it. If we see somebody who needs help, we're supposed to figure out how to help these people. And we're also charged as Indigenous people to live a life of truth, where we pursue the best truth that we can. That's what we're here for as Indigenous people, is to live our truth as strong as we can. And so being called on this pathway of journalism is not a big surprise. I was always kind of drawn to it. When I was little, the seatbelt was my microphone, so I guess I've kind of always been doing things like this. But being able to jump into a world of journalism is where my background is. If my voice kind of sounds familiar, I'm the former host of Native American Calling, which is a nationally syndicated radio call-in program on over 70 stations in the U.S., streaming live so we get all those urban spots too. And I was a host for 16 plus years. And in that time, I had the ability to learn so much. And if I think of everything that was gifted to me from the people, by sharing their knowledge, by sharing what was important to them, by sharing the worst moment in their life, and also the most beautiful moment, the range from going to those two spaces that you can imagine how much is there. And all the knowledge that was gifted to me, very appreciative. And knowledge also comes responsibility. So all that knowledge that was dropped on me has given me so much responsibility to figure out how to use some of that. And all of those voices who spoke up about how hard it is to say, I have a loved one who's missing. I have a loved one whose life was taken. We didn't know what their story is. They returned this way. All of those things are there, and I think the responsibility to continue to carry on what people face is important. And so journalism is pretty interesting. Boy, I need a whole seminar to talk about journalism, but to bring you to my space and to understand why journalism is important to our communities, the easiest relationship comes in our Indigenous communities of storytellers, where we understand people's stories are the backbone of our survival. And so I've done journalism for decades. I think 1992 maybe when I stepped into this world. So it's been a while. And I think the most important thing we can take away as journalists is you need to be here and tell the truth. That's something that is just the easiest thing to say, and sometimes the thing that you have to strive and fight for your entire time. That's something we do as Indigenous people. We don't take on the easy. We understand. I also come from a people where there is no isn't. We figure out how to make it work and we move forward. So many times when we hear this issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people, there are so many excuses. It's too complicated to understand. There's too many blockades. So many things. We could sit here and probably spend a day of all the excuses we've ever heard about this issue. But being a person who comes from a community, who comes with the value, there is no isn't, we have to apply that kind of thinking to this issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people. It is something that has been on the table since contact. And I think that's really important to take note, because this issue didn't start 10 years ago. If you Google it, you'll see things like that. that made reference to 10 years where the movement started in Canada. That's just the world starting to catch up with what we as Indigenous people know is the truth. But we're kind of used to that. Science, history, we know a lot of stuff, and people are finally catching up to us. We move fast. We've been blessed with things that help us to move at the speed of light. And so as the world continues to catch up, we're very forgiving and we're opening the doors. I think things like this are really important when it does come to opening the doors. But understand that this issue has been happening since contact. And that part of the story, I hear the strongest from our advocates. And it's really interesting that we are living in a time with so much technology that we are still at the beginning of opening up the story that this issue is having since contact, sorry. And the work that I do as a journalist, it's always interesting to see the way the media reports on this issue. So, backing up a little of who we are as Indigenous people and being charged with bringing that truth forward, it's important that people understand how far back our knowledge goes. Our knowledge, we are taught, was when we began. We don't often put a timeline on it because we know things started when they started. We've been here since then. I think knowing that we are those kind of people, who we are is a very long story. And so many times when it comes to media, they don't have time for that story. They need to get in, they need their 30-second soundbite that they're going to cut down to 7 seconds, and they're out of there. I am very proud that the road I'm on now, currently standing in front of you as the director of a program of the International Women's Media Foundation, where we are supporting Indigenous journalists who are covering the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people. And we are giving funds directly to Indigenous people so that they can do the important reporting straight from our communities. And something like that is so groundbreaking that it terrifies many people, because one of the charges that we have with our program is to insist that the Indigenous person has the editorial control, has the final say on what stories are being put out there. So let me tell you a little bit about how often newsrooms work. There's always a need and a push to get Native voices in newsrooms. When we take a look at the last statistic that was done, maybe more than 10 years ago, that said we're less than 1% in newsrooms across the nation. So that's how many Native voices are being in these different spaces. And so to me, that just is very eye-opening that we need to bring up more young to jump into this profession, especially with how much it aligns with who we are as Indigenous people. So newsrooms, why they have the fear of a program like this is because we're saying Indigenous people need to have the same. So many times, good work will be done, but once it gets to the editing table, everything changes. I'll give you an example of what many Indigenous reporters face when they're covering this issue in a non-Native newsroom. First, you are already seen as the enemy because you're reporting on your people, and already they think you're going to have a bias. When we come to the table, again, back to that value of truth, we come as true people. We're here to learn what's going on, to research, and to give the true story forward. So already walking in the door as an Indigenous person, you got one mark against you because people always think you're not gonna do your job because you're gonna be sympathetic. I'll let you know right now, Indigenous journalists, they are people of truth. Take that mark off. The other thing, the fear of why Indigenous people making the editorial call is very scary. I think it goes back, and probably many of the things that you face in your life about fear is just not knowing. Not knowing what something is going to turn into. Indigenous people at the helm of stories, of being there making the decision, they are making the story stronger. And that's something that time and time again, I have the privilege to go into non-native newsrooms. Some of the people that you probably watch on your favorite station, nightly news, national news, have had conversations with the people who have control of what goes on over the airwaves. I've told similar things like this to them. So not only am I doing the work to uplift Indigenous people in the newsroom, I'm also making sure that all newsrooms are accountable. And there's so much that needs to change in the world of journalism on many levels. But when we think about putting Indigenous people in charge, the thing that really gets people shaken in their boots, and I'm talking primarily non-Indigenous newsrooms, is letting go and letting the story be more cognizant to Indigenous people. So what does that mean? Well, often, again, we are not soundbite people, so to be able to understand why a person said something, you do have to tell the backstory. And nobody wants to make space. Nobody wants to give you the time to learn the backstory and say, okay, I have that in my heart, I have that in my mind. Now I can start the recording, and maybe it's going to take me a month till I get to the truth. That kind of concept really is something it is something that often keeps stories about us as Indigenous people off the table, simply because it's going to take too long, and there it goes. That kind of thing is unacceptable. Also, how deep journalists go when it comes to understanding our Indigenous communities, you have to go deep. You have to become that expert. It just amazes me that somebody can get an assignment about golf, and within 3 hours they know every single little detail. They know who was the first master of it. They figure it out. They get in there and they go do a good job. Now, I'm not saying don't trivialize us as Indigenous people and think we're as easy to understand as golf, but that same kind of passion has to be applied to who we are as Native people. And so often that is one of the biggest obstacles, is getting newsrooms to understand you need to allow the proper time. And so the other thing that shakes things up when you say we need an Indigenous person having the final call, and I think one of the most challenging things that Indigenous journalists face is they know what respect of community is. They understand what it means to go in with a no harm approach. That's even one of many of our values as Indigenous people. We live on this land and we don't harm it. To be able to go in and have a no harm approach and to be cognizant and respectful of a community, that takes time. We as Indigenous people, we live a whole lifetime learning how to do that. And so opening up the floor to other people to take the time sometimes is a challenge. But we are infinitely percentile. We are worth that time. Taking that time to understand, because what you put out in the world, when you send report, you are creating what somebody believes to be true. And I think to me as a journalist, that part is the one that makes me sweat. Because whatever I do, whatever I put out there in the world becomes truth. And you become responsible for what you put out there in the world. So that's why, for me, in the road that I take when I'm doing what I'm doing to report, I do everything in my power to make sure it is the purest truth. And that's something that lesson really needs to be put forward so much when it comes to this. And truth. And I go back to a moment. My debut in newspapers was in Aberdeen, South Dakota. And living in Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, being an IHS brat, I guess I can call myself that, and then going to Aberdeen, South Dakota to do my reporting. Big lessons in what you experience as an Indigenous journalist. And the place that I was reporting for is also the place that has direct connections. Raise your hand. Have you seen The Wizard of Oz? Do you know The Wizard of Oz? Okay, so possibly you know the person who wrote it, Frank L. Baum. Do you know that he was in media and was writing and leading up a publication in his time? Raise your hand if you know that one. So then the next point, you may have read some of the things that he put forward, including the annihilation of the remaining Indigenous people after Wounded Knee, saying that was probably the best thing that could happen. Somebody who was in charge of reporting the news, somebody who was in charge of speaking the truth of the time, said things like this in their publication. That became a truth that masses took. And at the time, after Wounded Knee, opening up your Sunday paper and you read something like that, what kind of impression did that make on the people of the time? How much did it legitimize the wrongdoings against Indigenous people? How much did it legitimize more death? Removing Indigenous people from spaces, removing Indigenous lives. That's how things can be. If we don't make changes, those kind of truths continue to be put in the mix. And when those kind of truths are put in there, it dials directly back to the kitchen table of our Indigenous households. And so that's why I am so charged to make sure that the world of journalism is doing its job. So, back to Native American Calling, I got a chance to hear directly from the people. It is a call-in program. So anybody who has access to the telephone number, and you should still check it out, 1-800-99-NATIVE. It's what time? They're about to go on air. So after I talk, you're eating your dough. Weekdays, midday. But anybody who had the ability to pick up the phone was able to participate. So truth could be accessed in a way that many other places can't. So to sit there for 16 years and hear the truth of our Indigenous people, I see all the things that can move forward. Like I said, I come from a community where if you see something wrong, if you see something that needs your help, you move forward with it. And there's so much. Right now, I have the blessing of 100% focusing in on the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people, because that's my job right now. There's other things I know I still got to do. Like I said, responsibilities, but being able to focus in on this issue is something that I think is the most proper way to honor all of those voices, all of that knowledge that was given to me. Because everything does connect to this issue. And so, when we say how do things connect, first off, when somebody goes missing from our community, that person's potential, that person's space, maybe even traditionally their traditional space, all of a sudden erased. When you have something that intricate, and our communities are so intricately woven that every person is important. Even the ones who hassle us, even the ones who give us gray hair, they're important. We need them in our communities. And so, I'll use your body. If a piece of your body one day just went away, you're gonna miss it. You're not gonna be able to do the things that you could do before. That's how severe this is. That's why this issue has to be put at the center of so many different spaces, because it is like that. The moment somebody is gone, that's what's felt. And moving forward and never knowing why it's gone, that creates a whole other level in itself. And that's what we deal with, where this is something that can affect, if it happened here in this community, any of the other Indigenous communities that are adjacent to where we're standing right now. I feel it as a Pueblo woman in Otoe, because that's a part of our story as Indigenous people. And that responsibility we're taught, if you see something wrong, you figure out how you can help. That doesn't have borders. That doesn't have a timeline on it. You feel it. Perhaps you understand how hard you are feeling the MMIP crisis in other ways, in your own personal space. And that's your story to share. I encourage you, if there is a moment today to share that part of your story, do it. Or even if it's just taking simply a step and putting your hands on this mural that they're putting together, that speaks a lot. There's a lot of speaking in actions when you don't even talk, so I respect that too. And so, I feel that this issue of MMIP, looking at my own profession, what can I do? How can I make change? How can I make things stronger? I can do it in my profession of journalism. Really feel that this issue is an every newsroom issue. If you have a newsroom, you should be covering this on the norm. If you don't know how to weave it into your everyday, call me. I'm on Instagram at TarraNative, T-A-R-A-N, the number 8B. But seriously, it needs to be a every newsroom issue. It can't just be an issue that Indigenous newsrooms are covering. Indigenous newsrooms can be the leader in how to respect the communities. Indigenous newsrooms are places you can turn to learn how to do this in a good way. They've been working on blueprints on how to do this well, how to do this honestly. And you look to this table here, one person who really has made waves, brought us all together. That's how serious we are about opening up and giving you tools you need, because we know it's gonna take every single newsroom in the country and beyond to even scratch the surface. And so, when we think of how this issue is covered, these are probably common scenarios where someone in the community has done a lot of groundwork to bring this Indigenous issue forward. And often the case is, if a reporter to get out of the office, or simply it's November and you need to do your native stories. That's often what draws people to this issue. Often they come to this issue because a tragedy is so heinous you cannot ignore it. How sad is that? But the only time we'll see a focus on this, often from non-Indigenous newsrooms, is when something is so heinous you can't ignore it. It's a lot of work that needs to be done to change things like that. This should be an issue before it ever gets to that point. And again, it was simply a slow news day. So it's a little bit journalism jargon, which basically means not much going on. We might as well report on this. That is just an awful way to be turned into something like this, because you're going to go talk to somebody who lost a loved one. You're going to talk to somebody who cannot sleep, who hasn't slept for weeks, months, because they don't know where their loved one is. And now you deem it worthy. There is room to make change. There is room to change why you look into this issue. Because I'll tell you now, when you start learning about how much this affects us as Indigenous people and how deep things go, you need to be 100%. We need you at your best when you are looking into this issue, because it's heavy. When you step to it, it's a huge boulder that you're about to try and pick up. And if you don't have the muscles to do it, how much action can you make? Think about that. When you prepare for something important, you make sure you're fed, you make sure you sleep, you make sure you take your vitamins, you got your water. Same kind of concept, and I think this applies beyond just journalism. It's anybody who's taking a look at this issue. Whether you're looking at the government, viewpoint, law enforcement, advocacy, you have to be solid. And we're taught that as Indigenous people. And I'm happy to see that humans just kind of understand that you have to be full. You have to be strong to stand to these things. And that's where more work needs to be done, to prepare yourself to learn these lessons. Because I'll tell you right now, there are hundreds, thousands of voices that have never been heard. And unless something changes right now, those voices, like those people that I don't even know their name, that we don't have a history marker of what they call themselves from this area, who are gone, it becomes a part of that. We're living in a time where that is very unacceptable. And so, I often wonder, when we think of the type of reporting that happens on MMIP, how deep do they go? So let me ask you this. Thinking of media, thinking of what you read, seen, heard, who's reporting on when our relatives go missing, and the story is about how the community is shaken. Have you ever read a story about the re-traumatizing that goes on when a person has to tell their story? Have you ever read a story about that? Have you ever seen that on your nightly news? About the re-traumatization that happens and the re-healing that a family member has to go through. Have you ever consumed a news story about the children who are left behind because mom is gone? Anyone ever seen that story? Okay, if you're a journalist in the room, write it. Ever seen the story of the silent pain that someone endures because their missing loved one was fighting an addiction. Have you seen that story? I'm not even gonna ask because I know. Have you ever seen the story of somebody who is of this population who received no empathy from their own indigenous community because they were fighting addiction? That's a huge story to understand. So many times the people who make up this population have been deemed, it's going to happen that way anyway. You saw it coming. No surprise. They are still a part of our fabric. And the shading that goes on to people who face addictions and end up missing, we got to do better. That's an everybody one. Not just going to put that just on journalists. That's an everybody issue. Have you ever seen the story of the type of unraveling that happens to the culture when one of these people is taken from our circle? And then, have you ever seen the story about the anguish a family feels when their perpetrator goes free? When their perpetrator gets off? Often you'll see the story timeline that's being covered to the point and then the court's over and the reporting stops. Those people who are affected by that, they all continue to live. So, and finally, have you read the story that's a 10-year look back on somebody who has lost a loved one? That may be one of the most important stories right now because it talks about how long this issue has been affecting our communities. And what about the story of somebody who's been missing for an unsolved mystery, or somebody who was taken that dates back 100 years? Those stories, they are not appearing anywhere. So, we can make change. And that's something that I am so excited to say it's doable. Chelsea Curtis from the Navajo Nation, she gets it. She's one of our grantees who came and said, I would like for you to support me because I want to make a database. On her own, anyone who has ever crunched numbers to do something like that, that is a big task to take on. She's doing it. It's going to take a long time to fully do it, but what she's done so far has truly made an impact. She's mapping in Arizona where Indigenous people have gone missing. And as much as she can, she reports on each one of those people's stories. It's her goal to report on every single person that she puts on that map, to give the story of who these people are, of what the loss is being felt by them being missing the circle. And the work that she's doing, people are now starting to pay attention. She's doing something that for so long, especially Indigenous advocates have heard and said, it's just too complicated to put all of these things on a map, to quantify how many people are missing. She's doing it by herself, little by little. And hopefully more support comes her way so that she can do the things she set out to do, is to do all of it. And I believe in her, and I know she can do that, so things can change. I want to say another name, Brooklyn Brown from the Cherokee Nation in North Carolina. Nobody wanted to talk about this issue in her community. It was so hush-hush. She decided that she wanted to change that. And her community came up with 35 names of people who have gone missing or who have been murdered. And so she took it upon herself to honor those 35 names and report on these same people. Now, the result has been, I think, something that is a true celebration where the community now sees this as an important issue. Her journey wasn't easy. When she started, she got the scuff of, why are you doing this? You shouldn't be doing that. And then it kind of graduated to another level as she continued to push forward. In tears at times, conversations we had together, and giving her encouragement, keep going, you can do this. And she pushed through. Then it turned into, well, how come my loved one isn't on that list? So she had to go through that. But she got to witness the evolution. It was not a hard journey that she chose, but she's prepared for it. So it graduated from, well, where's my loved one? And today, as she continues her project, people are coming forward and saying, I'd really like to be next. So it goes from that. We know anything we take on in our Indigenous community, you get the doubt, call that next layer whatever you want to, but when you get to that next layer where people are saying, I'm here, I'm showing up in a good way. So it's an example of what endurance can take, how things can change. But again, with each of these things, time cannot be an issue. And I think that's something that feels good to me as an Indigenous person, because time is different for us in a different way often. Sometimes they're regimented, I'll give you that one, but nonetheless, they're breaking that. And then I have people who are in my home community of New Mexico, Bella Davis, Jonathan Sims, Bella from the Yurok tribe, Jonathan Sims from Acapulco Pueblo. And the two of them have made lawmakers nervous because somebody is finally watching them. Bella Davis, any meeting that goes on, she's there. Anything that the state puts out, she's there. Jonathan Sims watched as the federal government came in, what they did or didn't do, and he was there. He was there and he documented. So right now, for the past 2 years, what the state of New Mexico did is now documented by the work that Bella Davis did. And now lawmakers maybe are thinking twice about their actions because they know somebody is watching and somebody is reporting on what they did or didn't do. And then, my hats off here in the state of Oklahoma. Another one of our grantees, Verified News Network. They took on the challenge that so many people with money who give money to people for journalists or people who do journalism. Nobody believes that reporting on the history or the historical side of MMIP or stories for any state are important to deem putting support behind. So many times people feel that reporting on MMIP that happened at contact, MMIP that happened 100 years ago is not worthy of our time, space, or print. Verified News Network has, and I love this quote by Cecilia Firethunder from the Lakota Nation, where she talks about the ceiling, and we hear this often, the glass ceiling, where we get to it and break it. She said, no, it's a buckskin ceiling, and it can move. And all we gotta do is pull out our knife and cut it open so you can see the sky. That's exactly what Verified News Network has done, and all the different Indigenous journalists that they have called to come and do it with them. Making Cecilia proud, cutting that buckskin ceiling and seeing the sky, because now, by the time they finish doing the work that they have set out to do, we have a place to point to that says, it is important to know the historical aspect of this issue. And whoever they inspire to go back further, each of these people and the things they've done can be replicated in every city in this country. So that's 6 places where new blueprints are being put forth. And I'm the type of person, I was raised to be the person that if you don't teach somebody and you don't give them the tools or show them on how they can move forward, how can you stand there and hold them accountable if you've never put any energy or heart into showing them how they can do that? This is exactly what we need to do. And so that's why it's really important, because people who take on this charge in any form, you should be there listening. Not just with these things, you do it, you listen with your eyes. You can even listen with your hand, because you'll feel what you're missing. And if you listen, of course, with your heart, and if you listen with your mind, you can create new blueprints. Because where things are is just unacceptable. We need to enter into this issue understanding it's not just started, it's been happening. So again, I'm here, I'm listening, and I'm on a path to help others listen better. Join, and you know what you can do in your space. So thank you very much. Okay.
Our next session is an interactive presentation by Olivia and her daughter, Ramirez, from Noise, who will share crucial guidance on what to do if a loved one goes missing. Please welcome Olivia Gray.
So we're probably just going to sit down, because I would prefer that you look at the screen instead of at us. And like Shannon said, we're more interactive, so if you guys have questions, just toss your hand up and we'll stop. I usually will get on a roll sometimes, so I don't care if you interrupt me, honestly. I'd rather everybody have all of the information. So I'm Olivia Gray, and I am the founder of Noise, Northeast Oklahoma Indigenous Safety and Education. We started that in 2019, but I've been doing work with families of missing and murdered since probably 2018, the year before. Prior to that, I was the Family Violence Prevention Department Director at Osage Nation. So I already had a background in working with victims, just different kinds of victims. But as with many things, a lot of these things are connected. And so a lot of the missing and murder cases that we have also have some elements of domestic violence or stalking or things like that. And so about a year after doing this work, we decided to found an organization. We're a grassroots organization. We're not a 501c3, and that gives us a lot of leniency in being grassroots. We don't have all of the same regulations, because when you do this work, you have to get very creative sometimes. And so that's what we do. I'm going to have Oli introduce herself as well. But yeah, I think with Noise, I think our biggest thing is it's about the families. It's not about us really. So that's why I'm going to sit back and talk, and while you guys look at the screen, and then if you have questions, just let us know.
I'm Ramirez. I've been doing grassroots organizing with environmental
we have a couple of titles here that we're working with, but basically this is just to let community members know what to do. We hope that nobody's ever in a position where you have someone missing or you have somebody who was murdered, but we know that's also not the reality of Indian country. And so, like, the biggest thing is to let you guys know what to do, because there's always a gap of time between when something happens and when you can get a hold of an organization like Noise, and you kind of need to know how to navigate all of those spaces so that the most progress can get made in your case. And so that's kind of our intent. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to stand up so I can see this thing. Okay, so what is MMIR? There's a lot of acronyms out there. There's MMIP, MMIW, MMIWG. There's lots and lots of acronyms out there. We have chosen MMIR because that stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. And we did that very consciously because it encompasses all genders, but it also kind of goes back to us as Native people too, and how we're supposed to treat each other. And so that's why we, like, on purpose chose this. And that's what we stick with. But whenever you hear any of those acronyms, they're basically all talking about the same thing. And then, what are some of the challenges we have? Systemic challenges. So you'll hear a lot about jurisdictional confusion, jurisdictional challenges. I don't think it's that complicated. Usually you'll hear that from non-tribal law enforcement agencies as an excuse as to why they're not doing something. But, I mean, if you grew up in Indian country, and especially if you grew up Osage, I feel like before we're even 18, we know the difference between trust land, restricted land, and fee simple. And we have to know those things. It's just not that difficult. After the McGirt decision, they actually made a bigger deal about it. But also, I mean, non-tribal law enforcement already has to know the jurisdictional boundaries between what's a county call, what's an OSBI call, and when you call the city. This doesn't make it a lot more difficult than it's the same thing. And if you have a map, you know where you're supposed to call and supposed to do. If you're in the Tulsa area, also, I will say, because there's 3 jurisdictions that come into play in Tulsa. If you call Muskogee Creek Nation Victim Services, they can just pull it up on their computer and let you know if it's their jurisdiction or if it's Cherokee or if it's Osage. They can do that in about 30 seconds. So you're going to hear a lot about how the jurisdiction makes it hard for anyone to work on our cases, but I don't think that's true. Another systemic challenge that we have is under-reporting. So again, this is where law enforcement kind of drops the ball for our people. And as recently as within the last 12 months, I've had cases where families would come to us and say, they told us we couldn't report this person missing until like 2 days from now. That's against the law. In Oklahoma, there's no waiting period for a missing person. So the officer that told them that actually, that was probably against the law for them to give out misinformation, to be honest. And so, unfortunately, as like with many things in Indian country, we have to know state law, tribal law, and federal law, just like with a lot of other things. So, that's part of what our presentation is going to be, is to give you the information that you know, so that when these things are said or happen, you can say, no, that's not true. And then if you get a hold of an organization like Noise, there are many MMIW organizations in Oklahoma, they can actually give you the title and the statute number so that you can go back to the officers and quote that and then ask for a supervisor if they don't take your report. Underreporting, also another reason that things are underreported is that a lot of times when our youth go missing, they will list them as runaways, and they don't treat them as missing persons. That's dangerous for our kids. When you're Native American, you're 10 times more likely to be murdered. You're 10 times more likely to be trafficked. If you are a Native American as a woman, a girl, or a female presenting person, you are 86% more likely than everybody else to be physically assaulted, and you're 54% more likely to be sexually assaulted. So our kids, whether they run away or are groomed and led away or kidnapped or whatever, our kids are inherently in more danger, period, when they're not here, when we don't know where they're at. So our cases do need to be treated with more urgency, just because of the numbers that are out there. So don't let anyone tell you when you try to go and report that you have a child that's missing and they try to act like it's a runaway or it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. When it's our kids, it is a very big deal. Another reason for underreporting when we talk about the murder cases that we have, a lot of times they will say like they harmed themselves. They will say it was an accident, especially if there were addiction issues. But also when it takes a very long time for them to find remains, they will say they can't determine a cause of death because there's not enough left to do that. And so, yes, there's underreporting, but there's also a lot of other reasons why our numbers that are out there, while they're very bad, when you look at the statistics for missing and murdered, those numbers are not good. But they're so conservative that it's ridiculous. We don't know when they give these numbers, are they going back to the 90s? Are they going back to the 70s? Are they going back before that? Because our people have been going missing and they've been murdered since the boats landed here. And so when they give you a number, they don't give you any context. And we don't know how long they've even been collecting this data or for what time period. So the numbers aren't good. But, you know, they can say underreporting, that is one issue. But more than that, our cases don't get classified properly to begin with. And that's not on us. The goals of our presentation, again, are to empower families with knowledge and tools that they need to navigate these cases. And sometimes you have to do it on your own. Sometimes you don't know if there's an MMIR organization in your area that can help you. Or sometimes there is one, but they don't do like direct services. They might just like raise awareness and do education. They might not do like the boots on the ground work. And so whether you have to do it yourself or you have this gap of time before you find the right organization to help you, there's still, it's like things start happening very fast when somebody goes missing or when you've been notified that there's been somebody you love has been murdered. Things start moving quickly and you kind of need to know how to navigate those things. We want to clarify the role of MMIR organizations like noise so that you know what we can do and what we can't do. And we want to provide guidance on advocacy and community involvement because even if you don't have someone that you love in your family that has gone missing or been murdered, you probably know somebody who has. And so how do we as a community advocate and make changes?
Okay, so we're going to start off what to do immediately when someone goes missing. Because a lot of the time, you don't really know what you need to do until that time has arrived. So filing a missing persons report. Contact law enforcement and insist the report be classified as missing and endangered if applicable. And what we mean by that, when we say endangered, was the person who's missing, were they in an abusive relationship, experiencing stalking, is there medical or mental health issues that could make finding them more urgent. Gather information, recent photo, clothing descriptions, distinguishing marks, and known activities or locations. And when it comes to recent photos, I can't stress this enough. It's important to have photos that aren't heavily filtered, that are recent, and are not AI, because that is a newer thing that we've come across. person personally. Known activities or locations. We get a lot of cases where we'll hear they were last seen with this person, they were headed to this location, or they've been known to frequent certain areas. So it's always good to have that information, especially when you're putting together a flyer. So that way, when you start sharing those flyers, people who are in those communities or from those places can start circulating them where it needs to be circulated. Secure digital footprint, access social media, phone activity, and financial transactions, which can be a little bit tricky, but I will say, as far as preventative work when it comes to this, it's kind of a hard sell for the younger folks, but it's good to have a file called In Case I Go Missing, and that will have a file, and you give it to someone who you trust, that has passwords to social media, or any sort of app that would help us, or your family member or loved one who's looking for you, be able to tell, okay, they were last spending money at this location, or there were these messages between them and someone who might have been domestically violent towards them or stalking them. It kind of helps us start to know where to look or who to look at if it is a murder or a suspicious death. Organize help, notify family and friends, mobilize a search team if applicable. And when it comes to mobilizing a search team, it's really good to make sure you're working with groups who have certain certifications or have experience. There's been times where we are doing searches and a team will come in with what they say are search dogs, and it might be a search dog team who only knows how to search for drugs. And so they'll go in and clear a scene and then nobody goes back to look, but we know that what should have been done is that cadaver dogs were brought in that are certified. Document everything. Keep a log of communications with law enforcement and anyone assisting with the case. So what we suggest is get a cheap journal, log everything, every interaction with names, dates, times, what was said, and what was asked.
So let me touch on the search thing also. And like Willie said, you want a reputable search and rescue team, and there are a lot of non-reputable search teams in Oklahoma, unfortunately, but you don't know because you don't have to deal with them until something goes wrong, right? And so these guys will show up in their cargo pants and their t-shirt that says something search team and some tools on their belt, and they look official, but their dogs aren't trained. And so as the victim's family, who you're also classified as a victim, you can ask them to see those certifications. You can ask to see their training logs, because those search and rescue folks should be doing ongoing training all the time. And a good outfit will be happy that you ask to see their stuff. They will gladly provide that to you. But once they clear a scene, law enforcement doesn't generally go back there, and then a hunter or someone on a hike or even a family member will go and look again, and they'll find remains. And we've had cases where a sister went out and she found her sister, and the animals had gotten to her. You don't want a family member to see that or go through that. And then when she called law enforcement, she was put in a room and interrogated like she was a suspect. And we don't treat our people that way. But I wasn't non-tribal law enforcement, so, let's see. On the photos, also, we don't want filters and we don't want AI, but also, and sometimes when it's a missing person, they get mad at the photos that we use because they're not the most flattering photos, but it has to be what they look like every day in real life. And so we try to refrain from using anything like a mugshot because that's not a good way to honor our people. But if that's the only thing that we have, what we'll do is we'll probably take the background out, or we might try to change the color of the shirt from that orange, just to be a little more respectful. But other than that, we don't have to put those photos because we need to be able to identify them. And we had a case the tribal pages. Also, once we do what we call a social media blast, we put it on our social media for noise, but then we send it out to all these other tribal pages in Oklahoma. And there was a random Osage in Oklahoma City that saw the kid and called law enforcement. And that's how we got that kid back. So the social media blasts are important, but also getting a good photo where they look like every day. And like I said, sometimes when you find them, they're going to be real mad at you about the picture that you chose. But it just has to look like how they look every day, or it's no good. You don't want glamour shots, pictures up there, because that's not going to help anybody. The digital footprint, especially with our youth, is just really, really important. And like Lily said, if you can get that file, like the if I go missing file, that's good, but it has to be given to somebody who's not nosy and isn't just going to go look in there. Or the kid's not going to do it. Like, you have to think, like, what if I was that age, who would I give it to? Or, you know, because people get nosy, and then they're either going to start secret accounts, which we find a lot of those, or they're going to change passwords or whatever they're going to do, and that doesn't help us when something bad happens. Also, I think with MMIR organizations are going to have to ask you guys really hard questions sometimes, and we all try to approach it with care, and like, I even apologize ahead of time before I ask some questions. It's not to place judgment on anybody, it's because it might help us find somebody. So if I ask if the person that's missing is addicted and what their drug of choice is, it's not so I can judge anybody or so I can turn them in. It's because then my next question is going to be, where do they buy their drugs? Who do they buy their drugs from? Do we need to look at those people? Do we need to go put flyers down in that area? Do we need to go right around that area at, certain times? That's why we ask. If we ask if that person does sex work, same thing, same reason. It's not ever to judge or victim blame. It's because it might help us. And then, document everything. And all you have to do really is just go to Dollar Tree and get a blank notebook. It's that simple. But you want to be able to, you have to really document every interaction, especially with law enforcement. Because if they mess up, they're not going to tell you they messed up. They're going to say you messed up somehow by not telling them something or whatever, you misheard or whatever. So you need to write down the date, the time, the person you spoke with, and what they said. And especially if they said they would do something, you need to write that down. So that when that game starts getting played, you can say, no, on this date I spoke with this officer and this is what they said. Because a lot of what we do, unfortunately, is holding law enforcement accountable. And I don't think we should have to do that, but that's what we have to do. That's how it plays out. Okay, so staying involved with law enforcement and prosecutors. So, do I think all officers are bad? No, I don't think. We've had some really good ones that we work with. Unfortunately, it's very rare. But when you have a good one, you want to keep that relationship solid. And so, like right now as we speak, we have a missing kid. We got a call up while we were driving in. And so if you saw us sitting at that table, we were like putting a flyer together. That kid went missing within the Cherokee Nation. We have an excellent Cherokee Marshal that we work with. He's worked on missing cases with us before. We've learned from him, he's learned from us. He's also on their trafficking task force. He's a solid guy. He's also a full-blood. And so when we have had missing cases within the Cherokee Nation and the parents didn't feel comfortable talking to people in English, they'll come in and talk to them in Cherokee. And then that builds trust. And that's what we have to do. We have to have trust with everyone to do these cases. So you want to identify and maintain contact with the lead detective and the prosecutor. We don't always get a prosecutor, but you should be getting an investigator. They won't always tell you that. Sometimes, a lot of times they won't tell you that. You'll get a card with like the officer that took the report. That's not necessarily the investigator. So we have to keep making calls. They might tell us some stuff if we call and say that we're the advocate. Sometimes they won't, even if we have a consent to release confidential information. So it's really important that the family work with the MMIR organization because you guys have to really work too, just like we do, because deal with non-tribal law enforcement, non-tribal courts, that you invoke Marcy's law. And in Oklahoma, you have to do that in writing. But that makes it to where they have to deal with you, and if you call and say, I need a meeting and I need an update, they have to meet with you. You have to understand the processes. So key stages are like an investigation, charging somebody, an arraignment, a pre-trial, a trial. There's like all these terms. And so if you have a good MMIR organization, they're going to be able to answer questions for you about, because we get calls all the time, like, what does this mean? I have this thing coming up. What does this mean? Do I have to be there? And so we'll try to like give them basic information. But in terms of like, do I have to be there? It's always like, we need to call the prosecutor. But they need to be at everything as much as they can be. It plays out better at the end of the day with the court when they're at everything. Again, document the interactions, keep detailed notes of all meetings and correspondence, and then retain copies of all shared evidence or records. And there's some stuff that you can get, there's some stuff you can't if it's an active investigation, because unfortunately a lot of families will get on social media and they'll blow a case because they say too much. So there's some things they won't give you even if you're the family, but there's some things you can get. But you'll probably have to show up in person to get those things. And then again, attend court hearings and use victim advocacy services. So what we do at Noise is we go to court with them as much as we can. I think this year we've done, I don't know how many sentencings. I know we've done, Oli just had to sit through her first testimony on a child rape case the other day. And so that was a difficult day. But I mean, we have to hear about things a lot. So the more the family goes to court, even though it's emotionally draining and it's very hard, it plays better for the court when the victims are there or the victims' families are there. But because we know it's emotionally draining, we try to clear our schedule and be with them so that we can take notes, so that we can answer questions, so that we can have the Kleenex ready. And so that if they run out of the courtroom and they're upset, we can follow them and make sure that they're okay. So we do a lot of things like that as well.
Marcy's Law, enforcing victims' rights. What is Marcy's Law? You hear a lot of talk about it. So, constitutional amendment ensuring non-victims' rights are protected. And like Olivia was saying, that is something that we did in writing formally. And the MMIR group will usually, if you reach out to them, will help you do that. Rights for families of murder victims. Be informed of court proceedings, plea deals, and parole hearings. Like we're saying, it's always good to show up to those as much as you can. The place is really good for the court. And MMIR, like Noise, will show up with you if they're able to. That's why it's really important, if you can, if you're not in our area, if you cover northeastern Oklahoma, there's so many groups out there that, especially in Oklahoma, you should be able to find one in your area. Confer with prosecutors on plea agreements and case strategy. And again, with a group like Noise, some of that jargon is a little bit complicated for most people, so it's good to have someone who's a little bit more educated on it, be able to sit and explain things to you so you have a better understanding of what's happening and what to expect. Receive timely updates on major developments such as release or escape of the accused. And that's really important. We've had cases before where a person was released and then the victims were very scared of, is this person going to come after me because we're pushing for justice? They generally don't like that. So it's important to have that information so that way you can safety plan and be prepared should anything happen. How to invoke Marcy's Law. Submit a written request to the prosecutor's office with the victim's name, your relationship, and contact information. And Noise does have a form letter, so if you're in our area, you can always reach out to us and we will provide that and help you with that. Seek assistance from Noise or victim advocacy offices if needed. And so sometimes it's a little bit hard to know where to go, where to submit things to. A good MMIR group will be able to guide you. Basically, the gist of what we do
So how do we support families? We do what I call direct services. So we have a Facebook page, and we put out a whole bunch of educational content on a lot of different topics. But that's not all we do. So in terms of direct services, we go out and we do intakes with the families, and then we determine what they need. And every case that we have has a team on it. We pull from our noise members, and we make sure, first of all, our noise members have to get trained. So we create trainings for them that are specific to Northeast Oklahoma, and especially around McGirt now. But then also there were some national trainings until the other day. There were some national trainings through the Office of Victims of Crime, but those have now been pulled from the website. So, sorry. That it should not be that way. So I don't know now how advocates for victims of crime are going to get trained or receive that national certification. But noise members, we make sure that they're trained, because we can make trainings. And again, being grassroots and not a formal 501c3, we can do whatever we need to do. So we do assistance with search and rescue efforts. Not every missing person needs a search and rescue team. And an urban search looks a lot different than a search out in the country. And we have to have a pretty decent idea of a contained area. I'll say we can't go and search 50-mile radius easily with a team of dogs. They get tired and it takes a while. Urban searches are different just because there's so much human material everywhere in the city. And there's so many nooks and crannies in a city. And we've done both kinds of searches. But we do have a really reputable team that we work with. They used to be the Pawnee Nation's search and rescue team, and then after they had a new chief, they changed some things up, and so now they still exist, but they're under a different name. And I think they are a nonprofit, actually. But they are certified, and what's really cool about this team that we use is they train in picture. And picture's like a ghost town, right? But there's houses there, there's neighborhoods there, there's fields, there's a school, there's all kinds of things, and that's where they train those dogs. So they've got tracking dogs and human remains detection dogs, and so they do really good, and we've gone out and trained with them as well. Another thing that we do along the line of searches is that we can come in and teach the community how to search, because you don't want anyone messing up evidence, for one thing, or leaving their own DNA material out there because they had to go to the bathroom or something out in the country. But they also don't need to get in the way of those dogs. And so there's a way to have all of it happen and have it happen effectively and safely. And so we do those trainings, and we work with the search and rescue team to do that as well. Advocacy with law enforcement and legal systems. So sometimes we make the calls to the prosecutors, sometimes we make the calls to the law enforcement, sometimes the family does, and it really just depends on the officers that we're working with and how involved they are and how much they know about MMIW, because the ones that know more about it are more willing to work with the MMIW group. And so, like I said, the Cherokee Marshals are really great, and actually the Light Horse, the Minnesota Creek Light Horse are pretty good as well. And so we'll make a lot of calls when it comes to those sorts of things. We try with other agencies, and just we might have to call you back and say you're going to have to call them. And I know that's hard, and it's very hard, especially in murder cases, because you're trying to navigate mourning. You're trying to navigate the influx of family that's coming in that you have to feed and take care of and find a place to stay. And then you've got media pounding at your door and wanting stories. And then you've got law enforcement that you're dealing with. It's a whole lot for families. It's overwhelming for families. And so we try to do as much as we can to alleviate some of that, because it's just too much for anybody. Our limitations: noise supports families, but does not replace law enforcement and legal representation. We're not attorneys. I'm a arrest anybody. There's a lot of things we can't do, and so that's why I think I get so frustrated when it's difficult to work with law enforcement and I just need them to do their jobs. But, you know, like I said, there are some good officers out there, you just have to find them. And then contact line, you can message our Facebook page for assistance if you need to. Only me and only get those messages, and then we go back to the team from there. And what we will do at that point is say, okay, we have a Cherokee missing, so we're gonna probably pull in all our Cherokee members, because that needs to be the point of contact with the family. That's who they're gonna be more comfortable with. They know each other's ways, and nobody's gonna inadvertently like harm somebody or offend somebody, because they already know what to do. And so we try to do it like that. If we can't, if we don't have a noise member from a specific tribe, then we try to get somebody close. Like me and Oli get pulled into a lot of cases because we're like a neighbor tribe to a lot of, you know what I mean? So we get a lot of those, especially in this area specifically, in the Ponca City area specifically, we get cases. And we usually end up dealing with those because it's very similar. Our ways are very similar. And like we know families and stuff. So it's helpful because we want to build trust. We want the families to feel safe and comfortable. Let's see. But yeah, we'll go back and we'll build a team. Now, we also have some noise members that have some really good skills. And so if I need maps built for a search, I'm going to call my Cherokee friend, Ashley, because she makes our maps and she's awesome. If I need somebody to go down every rabbit hole out there and search all the social medias of not only persons of interest, but our missing person, then I'm going to go get Cassie because she'll stay up all night going down those rabbit holes and she finds all kinds of things to help us. And so, like, we have people that have specific skills that we'll pull in if we need to. We have an attorney also that's a noise member. So if we have questions, that way we get a hold of that team member. And so we try to draw on our strengths, but also when it comes to that point of contact, we just really want the families to feel safe and to feel comfortable. So we try to pair with somebody in their own tribe when we can. And then in terms of our cases, we will take on a case when we get consent from immediate family or whoever has legal custody. And it doesn't have to be one or the other. So we've had kids in foster care go missing, and we've been contacted by DHS and said, can you help us find this kid? And so that's our point of contact, that's who we're working with, that's who we needed consent from because they had custody. We've also had kids in foster care that went missing, and their tribal Indian Child Welfare Program got hold of us, and that's who we helped because they were in tribal custody. But we've also had family members say, can you help us? And they didn't have the kid in their custody, but it was still their child. And so we've helped with those cases as well. Sorry, I got my throat, oh my gosh. But we have to have consent from immediate family. And so that means a mother, father, a sibling, a child. If we can't get, meaning that they're no longer, like their family's no longer alive, or they have not had contact with their family for a long time because whatever, they got mad at each other or whatever. Every now and then we will. I think we've done it a couple of times where like an aunt has come forward because all the other family was deceased. But it has to be something pretty extreme because when we start getting into more extended family, we'll have issues because they didn't necessarily get consent from immediate family, and it turns into a big family fight, and I don't try to navigate that stuff with anybody. So we're just about finding who we need to find and, you know, helping the families when somebody's been murdered.
Maintaining visibility in MMIR cases, why it's important. Pressure law enforcement and prosecutors to act. So a lot of what we do is just holding people accountable and making sure that they're following their own laws and know their own laws. And just, like I said before, it's just a lot of guidance. Keep the community engaged and supportive. A lot of times, you'll see a case that comes up and it gets really, I don't really like to use this word, but like popular. We see that right now with that case in Arizona. A lot of people are talking about it. And when something like that happens, I think it's really important to look inside your own community and see what cases are happening locally, so that way you can get involved and help push those cases to the forefront, so that way more work can get done with them. Effective strategies, share updates frequently on social media. So we have a case where anytime it's the anniversary of the death or the anniversary, like a birthday, we will do what we call a social media blast and put a lot of information out there. So that way it keeps the community engaged with what's going on. And so we can keep getting more information and having people keep an eye out if it's a missing case. Post visuals, rallies, public events, those are all really important. I know a lot of times people feel like maybe it's not enough to just do those things. A lot of people want to do the boots on the ground work as far as going on searches, but that's just not the reality for a lot of people, especially depending on the environment. We had a case where we were out in the country, very physically demanding. So if all you can do is share posts or attend rallies, post visuals, like that's great. It takes so many levels to the work, and it all needs to get done, and not just one person can do it all. So attending those things and sharing flyers is just as important as doing the physical boots on the ground work as well. Work with journalists to tell the story.
So I try to send out stuff to, like if we have an Osage case, I'm gonna send it to Shannon, because I need the reach to be as wide as it can be. So we worked really hard to build up our social media, like what do you call it? Platforms. But also, we have a different audience than what Osage News has. And so if we have an Osage case, I'm sending her flyers. She'll put them up on her Facebook page, but then I don't know where else she put them. But I send it to the tribe it needs to go to, I guess. You want to send it to other media outlets as well, but they're not very likely to pick up those stories. You can try. I've tried. We've been successful in getting a few out there, but we've had to build up our platforms to the point where they're just starting to pay attention a little bit to us. So if we put out something on our Facebook page, it's got like a 75,000 person reach, like the minute it goes out. That's not huge though, even though it sounds like a big number, it's not that huge for social media, but it's pretty big for Northeast Oklahoma, I guess. I think on TikTok we have like 11,000 person reach, something like that, and maybe 8,000, 9,000 on X. So not as big as it needs to be, but we're constantly, that's why we put out all this educational stuff too, is to kind of build that audience, because you need to get the reach, like you need as many people as possible to see this stuff. And that's real important with the missing cases, but it's also important with the murder cases. Because we don't want those cases to go cold. We need to keep those cases in the public eye, because it literally puts pressure on law enforcement to not close those cases, to not hold cases. So, I think that's all I'm going to say on that part. I'm going to stop it now. When you share the case, you have to be also, we don't ever share anything, whether it's a missing flyer or anything else. We don't share anything without consent of the family. So, like while we've been sitting out here, we've been doing a missing flyer, right? It doesn't go out to the public until the family approves it. They're going to catch mistakes that I don't necessarily catch, but also there might be some information they don't want out there. You know, especially if it's around addiction or other topics like that, they may not want that information out there. And so we don't send anything out. Even if I've gone to court and I'm like going to do an update on a murder case, Everything has to go like through the family first. But we also have to make sure, sometimes the family wants too much out there, we're like, that could hurt the case, so. And so these are all conversations. It's not just them telling us what to do and we do it, or vice versa. These are all conversations, because the main point of this is to get justice or to find somebody. And so that's what we try to do there. And let's see, avoid misinformation or speculative details. And so when you try to get this reach out there and you try to get these cases out in the public, you're going to have all kinds of crazy people in the comments with all kinds of speculation and all kinds of victim blaming also, and that's not helpful. And so among everything else that we do, we have to have people that monitor all of that stuff too, so we can get in there and block people or shut them down. Or what I like to do, because I'm just not nice sometimes a lot, is I will use those people as a teachable moment for everybody else. And say, okay, did you guys see what John Smith just said? Let's talk about why that's wrong. And so that way, you're not going to change that person's mind about anything, but you can educate everybody else as to how to say things better, and how to be kinder, and how to support victims more, and how this hurts things. And so I am just kind of a smart ass, and that's how I do it, because it's effective and it works. Yeah, and ensure all public actions respect the family's wishes. They're driving this. And they should always be driving this, no matter what agency or group that they're working with, because it's their loved one. Whether you're talking about a missing case or a murder case, it's their loved one. So they should be driving everything that we do. Okay, so when law enforcement refuses, so you've heard me talk about how we have problems. So what do we do when law enforcement refuses? This is actually one of my favorite things to do, is I'll give the family the statute title and the number. I'll give them the applicable text, and usually it's the part about there's no waiting period in Oklahoma. I'll cut and paste that and send it to them in a message, and I'm saying, just go down there and talk to that officer that told you that, and you read this to them, and then look them in the eye and say, are you telling me that you're refusing to take my missing persons report? 90% of the time they'll go ahead and take the report and give you a report number. The rest of the time when they won't, you ask for their supervisor, and you do the same thing all over again. And never, never, never get off the phone with an officer or leave that police station or let them leave your house, however they show up to take that report. Never walk away from that officer without getting a police report number. If you ever have anyone go missing, don't walk away without a police report number, because if you don't have that, you don't know that that officer is going to go right over. There's no guarantee. Your call could end up on a call log somewhere. It happens all the time. And they're going to tell you, it's going to take me 2 or 3 days to write a report. That's fine. Get on your little thing on your shoulder and call dispatch and get me the report number, because they can do it in 60 seconds. They can literally do it in 60 seconds, and there's no reason why they don't. So don't ever get away from that officer without getting that report number, ever. You have to have it. So again, the reporter doesn't have to be immediate family. We've had that sent to some of our cases as well. It's not true. So again, if that happens, it's the same title, it's the same statute, it's just a different subsection. And so just look and find it and go read it to them and make your report. And then again, request to speak to that supervisor. If that officer still, who didn't know the law to begin with, still wants to argue with you, then get their supervisor and let them know that their officer is not following the law. Okay.
You said get the police report number. Does that include every county, state, tribal? They all have a number? And will there be any differential numbers between these, or? Does it matter?
So they all have different numbers. Whatever agency you're making the report to, they have their own number. And so usually, like, they'll start with 2025 dash and then like a number. But like Cherokee marshals, their numbers look a little different. So if I give a number like that to the marshals, they'd say that's not our number. But also, like, on our missing flyers, we'll say, here's the police report number, here's the law enforcement agency, here's their contact information. So that way when people call in, because they've seen somebody possibly, they can say, I'm calling in about this police report number right here. And that way it doesn't get lost on somebody's desk. So we make it real clear on our stuff. But yeah, every law enforcement agency has their own set of numbers. They look a lot like that. Let's see, document the refusal and report it to the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. I don't know what they will do with that, but that's the bosses of the other cops. Theoretically. So, but again, like, you know, we've had issues with that agency as well. We have a murder case right now that's several years old, and it should have been turned over to the FBI and the U.S. attorneys, or probably the FBI, because they haven't charged anybody. After McGirt happened, it never got turned over. And then how much longer after that, Castro Huerta, that decision happened, and then they were like, well, we don't have to, because we don't know who the person is who pulled the trigger, so it could be a non-native, and they're not understanding that they have concurrent jurisdiction with the federal government. They don't have exclusive jurisdiction. And so they're just making things more difficult, honestly, and who's suffering is our people. When they're playing these games, these political games, it's our people that are suffering and our people that are not getting justice. And that's ridiculous. And then contact MMIR organizations like Noise, and what we do in turn is we will get with the Bureau of Indian Affairs Missing and Murdered Unit. There's 3 special agents in Oklahoma. You still only have 1, but we have so many cases, they sent somewhere down here. And so we will try to get them involved, but sometimes we have to push with them as well, because, you know, they don't want to step on toes of other law enforcement, and I'm like on the phone saying that's what your job is, though. Because they were created because the states were failing us. If everyone was doing a bang-up job, they wouldn't have the Bureau of Indian Affairs Missing and Murdered Unit. There would be no need for that. But here we are. And so we have this case that's about 8 years old, and finally this year, they got the case from OSBI, and they've got it over to the FBI now, via the Missing and Murdered Unit. What's going to happen from here, I don't know yet. It hasn't been very long. But we've literally been pushing this since Noise was founded in 2019, and the case is actually older than that. So, even though the case is old, you can't give up. Do we work that case every single day? No, because we have missing cases. We have fresher cases that come in where we have to go out and do intakes and do things. But do we ever walk away from that case? No. On that young lady's birthday, we do a month-long campaign reminding everybody about her case. On the month where her death anniversary is, we do a month-long campaign reminding everybody of her case. Whenever her killer, that, like we know who it is, whenever he has court for other things, because he also does, you know, sells drugs and fun things. Whenever he's in court for other things, we do another campaign on her case to alert everybody to remember that her case is still out there. You know, you can't just always walk away. And again, look, 8 years later, we finally got some movement on the case. Is it enough? No, but like it's movement, and we haven't had movement in a long time, so you just can't give up. And when you get with a reputable MMIR organization, that's what they will do for you.
How communities support MMIR efforts, community advocacy, and that can look like a lot of things like I was saying earlier. It could be just showing up with the family, going to events, or doing some ground some of the things that we've had to come across. And so that's why, no matter what you do in your community, there's usually a way for you to use that to help in MMIR cases in some capacity. If you're someone who's a cook, great. Go help make lunches for people who are doing multiple searches. If you're really good at being on social media, that's great too. There's just so many gears that have to be moving to make something work. And so, just something to keep in mind. Support federal and state level legislation, there's an MMIR.
Do that too?
Yeah,
I mean,
pushing for reminding and holding people accountable, like when it comes to things like Marston's Law, for sure. Building strong networks. A lot of groups will work together. Like we had to interact with other MMIR groups because of the community that the person is from, or the tribe that that person is from. And that just makes it a little bit easier for everyone to spread information and keep an eye out if it's a missing person, or even if it's a murder case or a suspicious death. Usually someone will see or hear something. And the more people who are keeping an eye out, the more likely that is to happen. Long-term actions support culturally relevant services. That means MMIR, Indigenous people, we have so many cultural events that are really healing for families. Like if you're an NAC person, that would be something great. Someone in your community who's part of NAC who has a family member who is missing or murdered, that might be something to look into to help the family and to spread awareness. Advocate for better data collection and reporting on MMIR cases, which is something that we touched on earlier, because the numbers that we have out there just aren't great numbers. They're not accurate. There's so many ways that people can just slip through the cracks.
I think if you want to try to do boots on the ground work, though, you have to be really, really honest with yourself, because like Lily said, it's really difficult. You hear really hard things, you see really bad things, and everyone's not built for this. But there are other ways that you can advocate. There are all these other ways. Like we have people here in this room who have been elected officials, right? They know how to write legislation. Whatever's out there on the state level is one thing, but our tribes don't have mostly any laws to deal with any of this stuff. And we need them. So that's another way that you can help without having to go out. Because going out on a search, it's physically demanding for one thing. And you're gonna get ticks, you're gonna be sore for days, and it's either really hot or it's really cold. But also, depending on where you're at, like we've had gunplay, because we were interrupting the meth sales while we were out searching for a body. And the meth sales people didn't like that. So I don't think they actually put a scope on anyone to shoot directly at them, but they were shooting over everybody's heads just to try to scare them. You know what I mean? So it's not for everybody, and especially when we're looking for kids. Those are hard days. And I think early on we had those 2 missing kids in Tulsa over by that waterway. And everybody in Noise was like, we want to go help look for the kids. And I had to get our search and rescue people on a Zoom call with our members and tell them what happens to a child's body after 24 hours in water. Because if they go out there and they get hurt, everyone's taking care of this volunteer and they're not looking for those kids. But if that volunteer just emotionally loses it, then everybody's taking care of that volunteer and nobody's looking for those kids. Like, we can't have that. The victims and the victims' families have always got to come first. And so after they learned what they were potentially going to see, what we decided was it might be better if we let the search and rescue people go search for those babies and have our Noise members there helping the family interact with the police and the media and shuffling all of these pieces and their emotions at the same time. And so, you don't have to do all of the hard stuff. Because again, everyone's not built for this. But there are other things you can do, and it literally takes all of us. There's so many things, and a few people can't do all of it. Okay, so our key takeaways here. Families play a critical role in early intervention and ongoing advocacy. You guys need, like I said, I hope nothing ever happens where you need to know any of this. If you learn all of this and it just has to get dusty on a shelf somewhere, that's great. I hope you never need it. But if you need this information and you don't have it, that's when things get really scary. That's when an already emotional situation gets harder. So we want you to know all of this stuff. MMIR organizations like yours provide support but require family consent. Visibility and community support are essential. And then we want you to use your knowledge to support victims' families and to stay involved in these advocacy efforts. And again, if you're busy and you don't have time, you can share a flyer on social media. It takes 3 seconds. And not just the high profile cases, share them all. Do it all. Share them all. It just takes a second. And you can message us again on our Facebook. I don't like to give my number out very often because I have to sleep sometimes. She has to sleep sometimes, and we have other team members. Now, if we're actively working with the case, the point of contact, the team lead, will exchange that information with the victim's family. Like, we don't just leave them out, but just put it out for everybody because it's crazy. So now, if anybody has any questions, I know it's like a whole bunch of information, and it's like a waterfall of stuff. You just got to know about stuff.
I can bring this microphone around if anyone has any questions. I know I have several. Okay, the first question I have you guys received any news on the status of the BIA missing and murder task force?
So I've gotten really mixed information. So I'm friends with the MMIR organization up in North Dakota, and those special agents up there are saying that they're not really working now because they don't know what's going to happen, so they're not doing a lot. The special agents here in Oklahoma are saying they're still working. So I think it's just, I don't think anybody really knows all the way, but they're just kind of trying to do the best they can with what the information they have.
The second question I have is, I know about noise via Facebook, but which social media platform works best for you? Like, where do you guys get the most traffic for your flyers and everything?
So our Facebook is our biggest platform. We have a decent amount on TikTok, but that's just like my personal one. I'm probably going to make a new one, honestly, because it's going to be a lot. And then we don't get a lot of traffic on our Instagram or X, but we still put it out there just in case. But Facebook is our big one. And it's like Facebook.
So for community members or organizations or entities, if they wanted to financially support you, how do they go about doing that?
So we take donations. I just actually had a call the other day, somebody in Canada wanted to donate. But for what I'm doing for right now, for this moment, we always need donations. We have to get a bunch more stuff printed. But for right now, what I'm asking people to do is to reach out to San Carlos and get a valid link for a GoFundMe or some other thing for Emily Pike's family, because this thing has blown up so big deal with all of the police stuff, and so they probably need the money.
I remember when we were first talking about you coming to present at the symposium, and you said one of the most important things to do is what you do in the first 3 hours after someone goes missing. Can you just kind of break that down? Like if, God forbid, one of my children was to go missing, what do I immediately need to do?
So absolutely, the first thing to do is to make that police report, and you need to have all of the information to make that police report. So they're gonna ask you height, weight, like all the stuff that we have on our flyers, height, weight, what were they wearing last, when were they last seen, where were they last seen, did you, like, I always include last contact also, like a text or a phone call. You can easily tell if it's really them on a phone call, but if it's a text or a social media post, it might be them, it might be somebody's got their phone. But like all of that information has to be gathered and to make the police report. So that's actually like the first most crucial thing to do. And then after that, if they can reach out to an MMIR organization, like we can put out a flyer like in no time, less than 10 minutes, and get it out there. And like I said today, I was telling this mom, I called, like we're driving, as soon as I get in there and unload the car, I'll start working on your flyer. And so, you know, it got out and we got it up on all of our platforms. And so now that gets the public alerted to look for this person. And so in the meantime, after that happened, then we're with the team and saying, I need somebody to go look, here's the social media for this kid, here's the person he's supposedly with. So go look at his social media also. And they came back in 10 minutes going, well, one of them's got an ankle monitor, you know, so we can reach out and find out about this. So I think just getting other people involved that do this more often so that you're just not like whirling.
And lastly, how do you deal with all of these feelings and sadness and all of this emotion coming at you guys a lot? How do you deal with that?
Well, some days it's okay. Some days I get mad a lot. I think I get mad because I feel like people should do their damn jobs. Because if they would, noise wouldn't have to exist. And neither would any of these other MMIR organizations. And that's the part that really makes me angry. Because it's unnecessary. And we matter too. And our kids matter too. And we love our kids, and we love our sisters and brothers and our parents just as much as anybody else does. And I wish they would see that and treat our cases the same way, but they don't. So here we are, all of us grandmas and aunties and sisters, just doing the best we can do. And we actually get a lot more done than the police a lot of times. I write reports and turn them in to federal investigators and they use them. I write reports and turn them in to state prosecutors and they use them to win appeals. I'm not an attorney, but I can listen and take notes and I can read some laws. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. Like they act like it is, but it's really not. And then some days I just cry. And some cases will hit you harder than others for whatever reason. Sometimes you know somebody. Sometimes they remind you of somebody. Sometimes it's just the situation. And it's like sometimes you just not cry. I cry from the car though. I'm mad too much. I know that. And I think a lot of the people who do this work are mad a lot, to be honest.
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. Everyone, please thank you to Melanie. A big round of applause. They shared a lot of great information. They have a missing persons toolkit out on their table right out here. And if you want one, just go ahead and go by their booth and grab one.
next speaker is Pratt, who will share insights on breaking the silence surrounding MMIP cases. Please join me in welcoming Pratt. While we get her slideshow going.
Yeah, that's what I need to create.
Hello? Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, feel late, but I'm on time, so that's ahead. I hope my whole thing doesn't disappoint with all the things. Thank you, ladies, for your help. So, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. My name is Pratt. I am a citizen of the Osage Nation. Reside in Skytree, Oklahoma. Today I have my husband and my only daughter and 3 of my sons because I'm the mother of 6. The older boys are not with me, but in the discussions, you know, we went through a lot of this stuff as a family, so also my children are at the age where, you know, they need to have the awareness of what's out there, and so I'm glad to have them here with me today. I also wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it through this because I already have a hard time, and then 14 days ago, we buried one of my younger sisters who was in a tragic car accident. And so, please forgive me for just being a little emotional. I almost wanted to say I don't know if I could do this right now, but I forgot what day it was actually. I probably would have backed out, which is not nice, and I don't like to, but I probably would have if I even realized what day it was. It was just a long week, and then all of a sudden it was here. It was too late to not come, so please bear with me. But I wanted to say, so I'm a member of the Osage Nation, mother of 6. I am an Army veteran. I served on the Osage Nation Congress for 8 years, 4 years of that as speaker. And in that time, and I've worked for the government, and in that time I've been asked to speak on MMIW, MMIP things across the federal government. And so I have done speaking engagements with my colleagues, and you know, because I support it and I understand it and am aware of what's happening. What I am shocked about is how many people don't realize what MMIP, MMIW, MMIR, how many actually natives are unaware of what's happening. That's really baffling to me, even right here among the Osage. Like, what is this? What is that thing? So I've also been LaRenda Morgan. I met her when we were young girls, and we've been friends our whole lives, and she'll be here tomorrow. She's a really great speaker and advocate. She has a Cheyenne Arapaho chapter of MMIW, and they work really hard. But as you know, Libby and others spoke about, it's really exhausting. And so they're, you know, struggling because they have a lot, it's the families that's doing all this, and it's really difficult. And then for whatever reason, they get pushed back from the community and not supported. So I, you know, for all of you to be very supportive of these organizations who are doing this work, as many of you are, because as you know, it can be very tiresome and lonely, and even as Libby mentioned, makes you, you know, angry. So I just wanted to say, that's my support of what this has gone on for many, many years. And I'm glad that the whole skirts thing came out and jewelry came out and all these things, but even that's starting to, kind of taper off. And all of these folks out here making money off of, those types of things. LaRenda and I've had that conversation. It's like, who exactly are they supporting? When they say some of the funds go to organizations and whatnot, because who is that? Who are they supporting? By basically capitalizing on these situations that we have with families, and because it's not going to the families. And somebody spoke earlier and said, Miss Tara over here said, how many do you know the stories about the children that were left behind? And she's going to talk about Ida Beard tomorrow, who left 3 children behind. And so, for the grandparents to raise, communities who are impoverished and things like that. And so that's just something to think about and maybe ask folks where it's going if you decide to contribute to it and whatnot. So anyways, I just want to say that's been my long advocacy with organizations who have been battling this and supporting families for many years now. And now I want to get to why all this advocacy work and support that I'm trying to do for my friends, never did I think there was going to come a day that I would, have my own family member affected. And so the reason I'm speaking with you today is we lost my niece. So this is Jerry G. Buffalo Meat, and she went by JJ. She's named after my aunt over here, Jerry Jean, and she was born July 22nd, 2010 in Clinton, Oklahoma, and she was declared deceased November 27th, 2023. She was loved by all of us and her friends. She was active in sports, especially basketball. She enjoyed playing video games, making TikToks, and spending time with her friends. JJ is a proud citizen of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma and the Osage Nation. She's from the Zonzoli district, and her Osage name is Otoe-Missouria, standing pretty. And she passed away November 27th at the age of 13 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her circumstances of death, her body was received for autopsy examination of a 13-year-old female who was reportedly found lying unresponsive on a sidewalk adjacent to a motel. Emergency personnel responded to the scene and found her to be suffering from cardiac arrest. She was taken to the hospital and was found to have suffered from a toxic brain injury. Her cause of death was fentanyl toxicity with her blood read 9.4 nanograms per milliliter, and for a 13-year-old girl who weighed like 112 pounds, she was like 5'5", and so that's a legal dose of fentanyl. And so she was declared deceased on the 27th, and I did not get a phone call about her until days later, and rushed to the hospital was under state custody at the time, DHS. And I did not know that she was missing. And I didn't tell anyone the title, Breaking the Silence. Thank you, Shannon. You know, she came up with that, and I didn't say that, but that's basically what I feel, because even the pictures that I have to show you, I wanted to scratch out faces and things like that, but I'm just going to show you a small glimpse of my niece's little life. She was taken from her parents, who had lost their 5 children before that, and then JJ was born. She has 5 buffalo meat siblings, and she was taken from her parents at birth and was taken into foster care and adopted along with the other children by a non-native woman whose husband was, I believe, a little Cherokee. And because everyone's first question was, where was Inqua? You know, how did that apply? How did she get into this household? All of these children get into non-native hands, and the woman was married to a man who was a little bit of Cherokee, and then they divorced. And so she was essentially raised with her siblings, you know, by a non-native woman in her family. And I just made mention of that because this morning Chief Standing Bear spoke about Inqua and the importance of upholding that and fighting for children's rights in order to try to keep them in native households and part of their culture and things like that. So in talking about, let me just go ahead and share some pictures with you. For those of you who, you know, aren't aware of fentanyl, but as people are unaware or blind to MMIP, MMIW, they're also unaware that fentanyl has taken over our communities, you know, our entire country. And fentanyl is a potent synthetic drug approved by the FDA, but it's approximately 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin, analgesic. And it's a Schedule II controlled substance. And that amount right there is deadly. And so while it is legally used for pain and cancer patients and things like that, it's the illicit fentanyl that is running rampant across our country, and as we here in Oklahoma are the crossroads of America, it leads to, you know, fentanyl deaths. And the situation that my niece was in, as I said, I didn't know that she was missing from custody. She had been at the Tulsa Juvenile Justice Center, who is now under investigation. And so since her death, well, at the time, when I went to the hospital to see her and all our family went to be with her, you know, as her aunt, with her still having, even on machines, her heart going, her body was warm, she just looked like she was sleeping. And so, you know, having the faith that we have, I kept thinking, you know, up until that last minute that God's going to bring her back, she's going to come out of it and all these things, you know, she's going to recover. Because I couldn't jive with the fact that they were telling me that she was already deceased. You know, that was hard for me. And so we had to go to court. So I went down to court at the Juvenile Justice Center and spoke with the judge, and I was basically, well, I was deemed her guardian again, but basically for the purposes of burying her. And so it was, they had to have a hearing over whether or not to turn the machines off. And so that was decided. I had to, be there and listen to everything myself to make sure I felt comfortable, because again, my faith is telling me that she's gonna wake up. That's my faith. And so that was a hard time to go through. That was a hard time for my family, and we were all there from the get-go to everything that we could to try to get this baby sent back home to our Father God in the best way that we could. And there's a lot of pain that we carried. There's regret as her aunt. It affects all of us in the community, and that's what was spoken about this morning, that we're all in this together. And the pain that's carried in the community from a young life being lost senselessly. And somebody reached out to a good friend of mine who I've never met this woman, but she said, well, she contacted my friend, and she said, I hope Ange doesn't talk a lot of shit about our program. And I've never met this person, so I don't really know why she called me Ange, but and I certainly didn't come here today to talk shit about anyone. I came here for the same reason you did, is to try to make a difference in the lives of our community, because that's what we really all want as members of our community, our law enforcement, tribal, non-tribal. At the end of the day, we're not on this remote area. We're intertwined with all walks of life, and we just want to work together to have a safe community, a place we can raise our children that is happy and safe for our children. And so this is why I'm speaking with you today, because she was missing, and that wasn't reported. She was reportedly, and you would think if it was a report, it came from the Juvenile Justice Center, because only certain people would know that she was said to have left the facility with a identified as Hispanic male. And I have called the Cherokee Marshal myself and spoke with them, and already today we've had different folks say, I have good relationships over here, I don't have good relationships over here, or this people works with us and we don't. And some of these agencies, we're talking about the exact same agency, so I didn't have that experience. When I called, I felt like I was talking to Cletus, who didn't know anything, the case is in his jurisdiction. He didn't know anything. And one thing he did say, I said, what about the report that said she left with a male, Hispanic male from the facility? And he said, oh yeah, I talked to them about that. I asked them about that. And they said that wasn't true. I said, they did. I said, well, are you aware that they're under investigation? And they're probably going to say no, so then now that's it? Because you're just going to take their word for it? That's it? Where were the cameras in this place? Were there cameras? Where's the checkout? What's the policy? How did she get out? Who signed her out? And all these questions that have gone unanswered. And then I said, are you aware of, things like Ida's law, which is a law for MMIP cases to go to with the OSBI. Have you communicated? He goes, well, yeah, the feds. I called them, the FBI. I was like, yeah. And he said, and they never called me back. And you know what I mean? Like what if it was his family? Would he try to call back again and again? And he was unaware of Ida's law and he should be collaborating with the OSBI. And So I just don't have a lot of confidence in that particular law enforcement personnel, but almost it makes me question, you know, the whole, but that's where the jurisdiction lies right now. So it's solely in their hands unless they reach out, and it didn't sound like that was happening, and I'm angry about it. And that's where, you know, the advocacy and the anger and the pain comes in. And, you know, these things were specifically assigned for that. It's hard enough to get, you know, the country, the world to care about Indigenous people, period. And now that they're gone, you know, they don't have a lot of motivation to help. And so what I would suggest, because I know that happens a lot, and many of us have been talking about, you know, relationships and things like that, and communication, and when I told, you know, LaRenda about the Cherokee Nation saying they weren't aware of it, she said, well, you know, that's weird because Chief Hoskins supported the bill. And I said, I know. But that doesn't mean it's trickled down to law enforcement. And that doesn't mean this law enforcement talking to law enforcement. And then Nick mentioned this morning, you know, collaborating, wanting more training, and I think that's a great idea. And just like they said, hold your leaders accountable. Chief Standing Bear said, hold your leaders accountable. Somebody said, hold this whole community accountable. Hold law enforcement accountable. That's what we all, you know, as Olivia mentioned, if everybody was doing their job and doing it really hard to the best of their ability, it wouldn't be so hard on you folks. And so I think law enforcement needs to have, you know, more often a big group like this and really specifically talk about it. Tribes needs to host that specifically and invite all law enforcement to educate them on all of these things that are happening, these laws that have been implemented, because they should know. So for me as a family member, to ask them if they're aware and him say no, that's disheartening. And so I think law enforcement really needs to hold themselves accountable instead of everybody having, you know, we got things we got to do too. And so law enforcement hold themselves accountable. And I've spoken to a lot of law enforcement. I spent 7 years in the Drug Enforcement Administration, and so I know a lot of law enforcement. And they hold that opinion of each other. And so somebody said, you know, it's hard to be in this position to do it. It's not for the weak. It's not for, you know, that's true because, but if you people weren't doing it, then, you know, then what's left? And so that's, I guess we've all agreed on the theme of the day is that everybody do their job and do it well. If you're really here for the right reason today and you're really going to try hard, because I also remember a time, if somebody talked about earlier, being judgmental of people's trauma and how they're dealing with it. That's a fact. That is right on, because so many people do it. Because one time I had a relative who is 3/4 Osage, and blood quantum doesn't matter, but I'm saying that because our chief stood here this morning and talked about, and Nick talked about being in households and being raised by full-bloods. And that boy had a full-blood Osage father, a half Osage mother in his home. And I contacted law enforcement because he was missing and wanted help. And I was told that they had a funeral that day, that they had to, you know, the procession. What? I just said one of our tribal members is missing. And then I was asked if he was misbehaving. Is that, if he was, is that when we say no? I mean, that's when we throw judgment in right away. And I'm still holding on to that. So everybody that's spoken and put their words out there needs to hold themselves accountable. Not just sit around and wait for you all to hold them accountable, but I hope you do. But we can't just get up here I've been a tribal leader for, 8 years myself, and I know who does and who doesn't, who tries really hard, who cares a lot. I also know some that we haven't laid eyes on in almost a year. There's times like that, so I agree, the theme of the day, holding your leaders accountable. And I thank Nick and Chief for speaking those words and saying and pledging the fact that that's going to take place moving forward. And you all were here to hear it. You talked about funding. They talked about our youth. My tribe in general doesn't have a youth council. That's, a start of some things that we could do and bring the children together and talk to them about things like this. And like I said, I'm not hiding any of this from my children because we all went through this together. Like I said, I wanted to scratch out some faces because I didn't know how other people would feel. But no, these pictures, that's my niece and that's her life. And I hate to put it in a slideshow for you. That feels so, her young life for 13 years, it feels, it's not enough. It's not a big enough tribute. So I don't want it to seem diminished into a few slides, but I just want to say, that young children can end up in the wrong places, the wrong situations, with the wrong people. She came to live with us, my husband and I, and our children, be our foster child. And so when I talked about the woman saying she hopes I don't come here and talk shit about her program, that's her own guilt. And that's her own guilt that was bothering her and worried about it. And I feel it too. I feel it. I feel it all the time. And I had to talk to my advisors, my family, my priests. Her older siblings came into my home when they were young, years ago. And I had 10 children in my home at that time because I had 3. 2 others lived with me just because they really liked their aunt and uncle. There was nothing wrong, but so I had 5, and then they brought me 5 more altogether. And I tried. I tried really hard, and our family tried really hard. But I do carry that guilt, because at the same time, I was told by different advisors that that's not my responsibility. They're not my children. You're going to ruin your own family. You're going to hurt your own children, they said. And I didn't care. I mean, not that I didn't care, but I just couldn't. It was just, what's going to happen to them if I don't? And I was always the last resort, and I had a home big enough. I just kept thinking, putting this pressure on myself, well, why did God allow me to have a 5-bedroom, 3-bath house? And I'm going to sit here and say no, because I can't accommodate them. I can't accommodate them, so I'm going to. That was hard. It was hard until, and I did it and kept going, and I said, I'm going to do whatever Monsignor Gear tells me, because I really have a good relationship with him. And he told me, he said, Angela, if their parents died in a car accident, died in a train wreck, I would tell you to go ahead and keep going. But they didn't. And you're always going to have issues, and you're always going to have troubles. And so you're going to hurt your own family. And I walked out, and I didn't do what I said I was going to do until the day came that it affected my family in a big way, because those children had been exposed to things that, my children had to. Same thing happened when JJ came. It became unsafe for my children, but I still carry that burden of responsibility, and I wish I could. And I know that you all carry that with you, trying to do for these children, trying to help them the best that you can. And that's what Tara talked about earlier, is what are we doing in our own communities to try to give back and make this better, and not judging one another, and not judging the trauma that these children felt. I graduated high school. I graduated college. I served serve my country. I've been to many, many countries all over the world, states. I've done wild, amazing things that I always think that this little Wajaji from the village, Zanzoli village, has done things that I never even imagined. But I carried so much trauma with me, and I have tried to, by the time I was 5, I had been held at knife point, and when they caught the man who had the knife on me, they brought him back to our house. Law enforcement, because I was family with somebody, they brought him back to our house and had him handcuffed and beat him. And then a shooting happened right before me. And then I was being held by the person that was shot. And I could smell blood, and I could smell gunpowder. And for the next 25 years, I carried that with me. Every time something scared me, I could smell. That same smell came over me. And I feared. So imagine, unintentionally, probably the things that I probably unloaded on my own children. And unintentionally, you know? I don't know. But I've tried my best. And so, that's what she was talking about, trying your best in a community. And, you know, one of my good friends, Marcus Gwynn, he said, years ago I liked when they say, well, I'm doing this for the future, I'm doing this for the future. The children are our future. I believe that children are our future. Our children are right now. And I heard another man say, yes, we are plagued and this generational trauma, but we all need to look at ourselves in the moment, right now in the present, and do, as was mentioned, what we can, as Chief mentioned, as Nick mentioned, as Tara mentioned, Libby and Oldie mentioned, everybody doing their part to make the world a better place, for lack of, you know, another way to say it, but that's true. Our community contributing to that and trying to make our home safe. And like I said, I don't know what I possibly projected onto my children, but I just knew I was trying to be the best parent that I could and trying to climb out of the trauma that I had been through, because those were just 2 instances in my life that affected me for easily the next 25 years until I had to work through my own things. And there are days, because now I'm angry about things. I've found that I'm angry about things because before I almost thought of it as matter of fact items, and now it's hit me that those things aren't normal. That was not normal, but they happened, and that happens all around you. So don't judge people's trauma, because those are things that really affected me, and you have no idea. Like they say, all the memes going around, be kind, because you don't know what people are going through. You don't know what they've been through. So don't judge them. Don't judge them because, you know, they were misbehaving, or because they're homeless, or because, you know, we haven't seen them around because they've been misbehaving. We all misbehave. And who are we to judge? You know? Just because you're doing better now doesn't mean that they are capable of the same thing, that their time maybe isn't coming. So be there and support them. These are these guys with my children, and I used a few of those, but it's just because it was such a good and silly moment in their life, and I'm a huge picture taker, and they're just having fun, and I love that. That's how I, you know, choose to think of her and remember her, and those are almost all of her siblings. Our family, you know, remembering good times, her being silly, and how sad it is, and tragic that it is for our family and community. And here's one thing right here. This room, one of the ugliest rooms in our home, we have 6 bedrooms and 4 baths, and this was my office, and this is how I moved into it. And it's the ugliest, you know, little room. And so we painted it up. So I wanted to show you that. My whole family, that's one of my sons, we were all invested in trying to make all of this work. And we cleaned it up and made her a nice little spot, her own little sanctuary. And that's because I was extremely naive in thinking that if I just give them a safe place to be, if I just show them that I love them, if I make them a cute little room, then everything's going to be okay for them. Those children carry deep trauma from the very beginning. And I wish it were that easy, but that's where folks like you come in, and, you know, and having the grit and the heart and all of that. So keep going. I know that it gets hard. I know that it's exhausting. I saw these programs, even the one that thinks I was going to talk shit about them. I don't think I did. I'm just saying we all carry, you know, this, even as a community, you may not even have known her, but it's sad and it's tragic. And so you carry that guilt, like, gosh, what can we do better in our community? What can we do better to help each other? And going back to tying that into what Chief Standing Bear said is a lot of you are overworked and underpaid for what you do, and he even mentioned that. And he challenged you to ask for more funding. A lot of times, you know, I've been a long time advocate for drug and alcohol abuse, and I was like, when you throw statistics in people's face, and hold them accountable, then that's when change can happen. Like, as a veteran and all my veterans advocacy, Native veteran suicide has risen by 52% in the last 2 years alone. And so the government is scrambling on how to address that. And that's because you advocate, you do the work to go and you make it up there to DC, and you take it straight to the folks that can make the policy changes, or go to your own tribal governments and speak with him, as was mentioned earlier today, and, you know, hold them accountable, and not just in your face, but like, let's work together. Let's all work together. And I will say that we, through JJ being in the hospital, and then us knowing they were going to turn the machine off, her mother was there for a little bit, and I did ask her if she would like to donate JJ's organs, because to make some sense of, you know, something good to come of the tragic loss. And I wasn't raised with organ donorship, you know. I think growing up, everybody acted like it was kind of weird or something, you know, and some people still think that, until I had a nephew receive a liver. And that was life-saving for him, and that changed my mind on that. So I just want to share this with you. Dear Angela, on behalf of LifeShare, who is a wonderful organization, it was wonderful to work with. And now, I don't know who wants mine, crusty old organs, but I'm an organ donor now too. I'll give whatever I have, and it certainly won't be my eyes though. On behalf of LifeShare Oklahoma, we would again like to offer our condolences to you and your family for the loss of your loved one, JJ. Your family's strength and courage in thinking of others during this painful time are a tribute to JJ's memory. We hope that knowing the outcome of this noble gift will bring your family a sense of comfort. JJ's generosity provided a new heart to an elementary-aged girl. She enjoys spending time with her family and is in great condition as she continues to recover. 2 people have the chance to enjoy life because of JJ's kidney donation. One of her kidneys was given to a woman in her 20s. Prior to the transplant, she had been on dialysis for 4 years. Her interests include reading, fishing, religious activities, spending time with family, volunteering, going to the gym, and dancing. She looks forward to getting married, starting a family, and returning to work as a cook. She's in good condition as she continues to recover. An elementary-aged girl received JJ's other kidney. Prior to the transplant, she had been on dialysis for 4 years, and she enjoys playing with toys and is in good condition as she continues to recover. JJ's gift provided a new liver to a man in his 60s. This is all the information we have about this recipient currently. And we encourage you to write to the recipients of JJ's gifts at this time. As you can see, lives were changed forever by the generous decision to donate. We would again like to express our sympathy and gratitude on behalf of these residents and their families. And so, we did take comfort in that, and just thinking what a wonderful gift to give from a life, being taken, and, everybody loses families, but again, missing. My niece was missing, and nobody said anything. And just like we said today, those first hours are critical. And people know things. And I'm going to keep pushing. And my friends and advocates are going to keep pushing for answers, because that's what has to happen in order to make some sense of this, and to hopefully take these folks who left my niece. She overdosed in the motel room, and then they laid her out in the parking lot like a piece of trash and left her there. So I hope that, someday that they are held accountable. And I just thank you all for what you do. And I pray for you and the courage to keep going. And please help educate others on not being so judgmental. And like they say, stop the stigma. A lot of families are afraid to talk about their loved one, suffering from substance abuse, or we're talking native, non-natives. It affects everyone, and if we talk more about those things, then there's not such a stigma for folks to come forward. And how many years have we been saying this? I'm still sitting here saying the same thing, and it seems so simple, but it's still something that there's shame involved for them to not be able to come forward. And I hope that changes. And just like I wrote it down, Tara talked about the unraveling of our culture when one of us is taken from our circle. And that's true, because that's happened in my direct community, where everybody's afraid. That's not our business. We don't go there. We don't talk to them about them getting help. But we're building great facilities, working on training and all those things, and people who care. And so we need to be helping them get into those facilities and helping them to be comfortable in receiving those services. She said, you can create new blueprints, and I liked that. because where we are is unacceptable. And that's exactly what she just shared with us. And so I appreciate those words because I think that's about the theme for the day. And just want to thank you all and thank my family for supporting me and being able to, you know, keep thinking because it does affect my children. I have to hear they thought just the way I did. I remember one of my sons, Henry, said, I just thought they were going to come here and have their best life. And I did too, but it's so much more complicated than that. But, you know, continuing the fight to help parents become better parents, or, you know, getting them the help that they need before it's too late and before it's passed on. And just like that man, he's somewhere in NCA, I can't remember his name, but he talks about having the responsibility right now. I'm not a perfect mother, but I try really hard, and I'm proud that my 6 children, every one of them thinks they're the favorite. If you ask them separately, every one of them thinks that they're the favorite, or they try to guess, but that's what I strive to be. At least that is where I had no idea that, you know, you could hold so much love to that level for 6 different little humans. Like, that is God, you know, that's God to give you that capacity to love them, to where each one of them knows how loved they are and how safe they feel. And I appreciate that, and that's my testimony to trying. And I'm not perfect, like I said, and we've had, you know, hiccups, but I'm trying to, all of us sticking together and trying to battle the history that we've come from, that was talked so much about today. So much that's been uncovered because it's been happening since the beginning of time for us as Native people. So anyways, I thank you very much for your time and attention and sharing, you know, this time with me about my little family here. So thank you.
Welcome to the Role of Journalism Reporting with Sensitivity and Impact panel. I'm your moderator, Bridget Harlow. So I am one of the founders of Verify News Network and CNN Oklahoma. We have a few different owners, but we're majority owned by a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation, where we're headquartered. I serve now as a journalist and also our operations manager. That's a new role for me as we've expanded over the last couple of years. So I don't want to talk too much about myself, but I do want to take this moment introduce themselves. And I will say that it's an honor to stand up here and help and moderate this panel of absolute wave makers. And so all of these ladies up here are leading the charge for news and information for their communities in really radical, awesome ways. And so if we want to start at the end, Luella, Brien.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luella Brien. I'm a member of the Crow Nation in southeastern Montana. I am the founder and editor-in-chief of 4 Points Media and 4pointspress.org. I have a journalism degree from the University of Montana, and I have 3 children that all make me feel old, even though I still look very young.
My name is Shannon Shaw-Dooney. I'm the editor of the Osage News. I've held that position since 2008. I am a mother of 6. We live in Pahuska. I am from the Great Horse District of the Osage Nation. I have a bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Oklahoma and a master's degree in Indigenous Peoples Law from the University of Oklahoma. And I'm so glad to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Herrera. I'm Selenian. I am a senior reporter for 8 p.m. Reports, but I also am a contributor to BNN News, and I'm also a freelancer for Osage News as well. And I have a daughter, and I split my time between Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hey, how are you? My name is Angel Ellis. I'm a Muskogee citizen, and I'm the current director of Muskogee Media. And let's see, I chair IJA's Free Press and Ethics Committee, and I sit on the board for IJA, the Indigenous Journalists Association, and the Oklahoma Media Center, all for important work supporting journalism and doing great things in the country. And then in Oklahoma too. I live in Tulsa, South Tulsa now. I have 3 kids. One is 26, so I'm looking young too. Yeah, and he's married, and I have a lovely daughter-in-law. I'm a great auntie. I have a new niece who just turned 6 weeks old. She's gorgeous. And my daughter's a senior in high school, so I'm about to kick them all out in the nest. And I really think that journalism is kind of like that mother who sits back and puts your pictures into the photo albums as you're a child. You know, you all have that grandma or that mom who did that for you. And so working in tribal journalism for my own tribe, I have kind of taken that approach and always looked at my job as archiving the story of our community and putting it into the album so that people can see it in the future.
So we're going to kick our panel off with a short snippet of The Search, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Fault Lines, featuring the work of Allison, Herrera. And Allison, would you like to say a few words?
I just wanted to give a warning before we show the video that some of the content in it can be triggering and upsetting. Please take care.
Backyard. I looked up to her and think of her, because she always used to be up there, no matter what time of day it was, night, she'd be up there, right there, the biggest one, between those 2. We'd always lose her in the backyard, but that's where we would find her. We wouldn't hear her, but we'd hear her laugh.
One of the most important things law enforcement can do when someone goes missing is to act quickly. That didn't the case of 14-year-old Henny Scott on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana.
She was just like this ball of light that was just beep, 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 beep. Yeah.
The last time her mother Paula spoke to her, it was a Friday evening last December. Henny called to ask if she could go to a basketball tournament.
And I told her, no, Henny, you can't get grounded. And she said, okay, I'll be home in a bit. And that's the last I heard from her.
When Henny didn't come home, Paula first took to social media to ask if anyone had seen her. 5 days later, she and her husband Nathan went to their local law enforcement, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or BIA, a federal agency.
The reason why I was down there is reaching out to them is because I needed help to look elsewhere. And when they told me, did you check her friend's house? Or maybe she's got a new boyfriend, did you check there? Yeah, I checked there. That's why I'm here, because I need more help looking elsewhere.
It's not clear where or even if the police searched for Henny, but what Paula and Nathan do know is that an alert wasn't issued for her until 2 weeks after they reported her missing. By that point, the family had organized a volunteer search party to look for her.
You seen some birds going up and down like that. Was a search party searched on one side and another search party searched on one side. We walked down there, I could smell it, man. I could smell the death there. That's when I got like the feeling of, I need to find her, I need to find her. She's someplace around here.
When it got dark, they called off the search for the night with plans to resume in the morning.
So that's when they found her, man. They found her, like, where I went down to ravine, they found her up towards the house, maybe about 50 yards from where I was at. And it just felt like I should have went that way, But I know God, He probably didn't want me to see her like that.
And then they brought her down to that tin building where we were at. They just like opened the back of that Suburban. She was already in the body bag, and they just like let us stand beside there. Have a moment of her.
Paula and Nathan told us there have been few answers from authorities since Henny was found.
I believe I wasn't taken seriously. That if I had been, that she would be here.
Hi.
It's the kids, the little ones that it hurts the most. Just like last night, our baby girl was just crying, and she said, Dad, man, I said, what's wrong, baby? My heart hurts, I know my heart is breaking, Dad, because Henny's gone, Dad.
The Bureau of Indian Affairs declined our request for an interview, citing the open investigation, which is being conducted by the FBI.
But we get through it, a lot, because
it's hard.
It is hard, but we want justice to be served. We want the process to work for us.
But getting justice for Henny might not be easy. Fighting violent crime and achieving justice on reservations is complicated due to a collision of different factors. One is that most tribal police departments are understaffed and under-resourced. We've come to the Navajo Nation, the largest Native nation in the United States. You said there's about 40,000 people that live
in this area
that you cover.
Yeah, and that's based on the last census from 2010. I'm sure it is more now. That's the hour and a half drive from Beacon.
So Allison, what can you tell us about the reporting process for this project and how your crew approached those stories?
So the search featured 3 communities, one in the Yakima Nation and in Camp Washington. We talked with the family of Ellis, who went missing in 2009, and I talked with her aunt Tina Russell on their efforts to find her and just the problems that they ran into with local law enforcement in Washington State. And then we went to Montana on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation to interview Paula, her daughter, Henry Scott. And then we went to the Navajo Nation, where we talked with the sister of Olivia and her case and how again, FBI and law enforcement were very, just not helpful, and they felt, so we did a lot of pre-production for these stories, and it was a small crew, and it was an all-female crew, so it was myself, the producer, Kavitha Chakuru, and our camera woman, Anna Smith, and we just really approached these subjects with a lot of patience and care, and really, I think, talk to people a lot beforehand about what they wanted to share, what they were comfortable sharing with us. And, in the case of Paula, who you saw, this was just really raw. Like, her daughter disappeared just a few months before we did this interview. And that was a really difficult and really emotional shoot, for her, and then also just for the crew, because it was so recent. And so we just took, the simple answer to your question is that we just took a lot of care and really talked with people ahead of time. We spent a few months in pre-production before we even went on this trip, before we even visited these communities, and I think it made a difference in the quality of the interviews, the trust that we had, that we gave with people. And I actually just talked to Paula a few years ago for another story that I worked on. So, I felt like she was really pleased with the documentary and felt like we were, just coming there to do this documentary on, a lot of journalists coming from that are not from this community, I'm not from that community, and when I tell these stories, and then they're gone, and that's it. And I really felt a responsibility to the people that we interviewed to make sure that they saw the film, and that we showed them the cut before it went out. So we really took a lot of pains to make sure that they knew what was going to be in the video before we released it. So, yeah.
That's great. I think that's also great, like keeping that connection afterwards. It's really important. Something I think is not happening enough. Luella, we're going to hear a lot about your work on murder in Bighorn later this evening, but as a journalist inspired by the MMIP case in your own aunt, how does that deeply personal connection translate as sensitivity in your own reporting and affect your impact?
I think that having someone in my family lost to this crisis is like a double-edged sword. Because on one hand, you understand what that family is going through. You understand that law enforcement didn't believe their story. That FBI investigators didn't believe their story. That the first 48 hours meant nothing. That families had to go out and do all the searching. You understand that because your family has gone through that. And you also understand how incredibly difficult it is for people to tell these stories. My parents did not tell us what happened to my aunt until I was 18 years old, because it was so deeply traumatizing that they refused to talk about it. Like, half of my dad's family almost like basically disowned him because they decided that it was his fault, I mean my mom's fault, because she was out with them. And so there's a whole like swaths of my family that we're not close to because of that, and it's been since 1977. So like, I can understand that, I can understand the trauma, I can understand the grief, and I can understand the incredible difficulty that people have talking about these kinds of things. And then on the other hand, I'm almost too sensitive to it, that I don't want to infringe on people's time to grieve, that I don't want to go up into someone's face and say, oh, how does that make you feel? What are you feeling? Tell me, what was it like when you found the body? And outside news sources will come into our community and do that. And we bear the blame for that as the local news source, because we have people coming in, parachuting in is a phrase we like to use, and further hurting people, then we're not trusted. The community loses trust in the entire industry, and we represent that industry, so they lose trust in us. So it's really difficult to kind of walk that line. Even when it's not the trauma of MMIP, but like during COVID, everyone talked about the Navajo Nation having the highest mortality rate, but the numbers in Crow were higher, and nobody was reporting it. No, like we would have 30 obituaries a week at the height of COVID when I was working at the county paper. And one of our historians got COVID and passed, and I called the family, I called his oldest son, who was kind of their spokesperson, asked him, we want to write a story about his legacy, because he was renowned. He got a Genius grant, this man. And they said, well, give us a couple days, give us some time to kind of get through the initial planning and stuff, and we'll do an interview. We'll get some of my brothers and one of his brothers, and we'll do this interview. And I was like, okay. You know, I didn't want to be pushy, I didn't want to be the white person in the room, right? Because it's always people from the East Coast, people from the West Coast. It's never community members, it's never tribal members who are pushing that line. I didn't want to push that line. 3 days later, the regional paper had the story that I wanted to write, and they did a terrible job with it because they didn't respect that time. And I lost out on the story because the family didn't like how that story turned out. They didn't want to do it again. They don't want to go through that again. They're in the middle of grieving. And so that COVID epidemic was incredibly traumatic. MMIP is even more traumatic because it's lasted all of our lifetimes. The oldest person in this room, their great-grandparents were dealing with the same trauma that we're dealing with MMIP. And that person's great-great-grandparents were dealing with it. You know, since contact, we've heard it multiple times today. And so, how do we walk that line between being sensitive and being overly sensitive? It's really difficult. And there's so many hurdles that we run into that make sensitivity not even the most difficult thing that we're dealing with. Law enforcement, if you have a federal law enforcement agency on your reservation, they have an active policy not to talk about open cases. That's BIA agencies have an active policy not to talk about open cases. Well, we just saw a video about Henny. I grew up with her dad in the video. The day they found her, I saw him at the food bank that I was running for St. Bray Indian School. And I asked him, have you heard anything? And he told me, we were getting calls about she's in Billings, or we saw her in Lodge Grass, or we saw her in Ashland. He's like, but no one has proof that they actually saw her, as long as people who think they saw her. He's like, I don't know what to do. And within hours, they found her body. And To this day, the FBI has that case closed. The BIA has it open. Why would BIA keep a case open? So they don't have to talk about it. That agency turned Paula away, told her she had to go to Crow because they were technically on the Crow reservation. They were just over that line. And they filed a report in Crow, but the agent that was supposed to be investigating was on vacation. That's why they didn't get the quick response from Crow, is because the investigator was on vacation for 2 weeks. And then they find her though, those 2 weeks later, they find her. Like, where's the disconnect, right? Where is this, like, stemming from, this issue? These officers are members of our own community. They're our friends and our relatives, so I don't see why there's such a disconnect there. But that policy is detrimental across Indian country. To not talk about open cases, that's detrimental. They cannot tell you if they're investigating something. Oh, are you guys investigating the disappearance of this person or that person? We cannot confirm or deny. How is that helpful? It's not helpful to anybody. And between the BIA policies, the community's loss of trust in the local journalism, and our inherent human behavior of being either too sensitive or not sensitive enough and not knowing how to walk that line, it creates this incredibly detrimental, devastating lack of communication about these cases in our communities.
Thank you. So there was another panelist that was unable to join us today, but wanted to share some thoughts virtually. So here's Osage News' Chelsea Hicks with insight into their organization's working partnership with Newsweek on MMIW reporting. It might be a little loud at first.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Hicks and I'm a reporter with Osage News, and I work on our collaboration between Osage News and Newsweek. The most different thing about reporting with Newsweek and with Osage News is that I am working with 3 editors. So the editor at Newsweek tends to bring up and focus on the compelling nature of the story or what's interesting, whereas at Osage News, our board advises me on how to have extreme redundancy in the research interviews to ensure accuracy in what I'm saying and putting forth in the topic MMIP, which is not well understood by the public broadly. And our editor at Osage News really helps ensure sensitivity towards the community as much as possible. So this is a much longer process than a usual story, and on top of the multiple rounds of edits, not only with the different editors, but time and time again, there's also a really in-depth research process. Usually for a given story that's a bit investigative, I might do 5-6 pages of research single space and cut that down to 1 or 2. But for instance, in the story at Newsweek with Osage News, looking at the connection between domestic violence and MMIP, I had about 22 pages of single space notes from 11 interviews and up to like 4 studies. And it's just so, you're trying to research so in depth so that what you do say has a lot to kind of back it up. So the main things that I've learned, that I've experienced in this story series so far is redundancy, thoroughness, sensitivity. Newsweek's perspective really is about answering the question of the public, and the story idea for the second story in the series, or the first story was on Killers of the Flower Moon and how that connects to the fact that MMIP crisis is not new, but has been going on for 500 years since contact. But in the comments from that story, I saw the comment, oh, this is mainly natives doing this to each other. And we know that that's false because the majority of research, for instance, from the Department of Justice, shows that, in fact, it is non-natives who are paying this violence on natives. So I wanted to attack that strongman and say, okay, what exactly is the extent of the relationship and the nature of the relationship between internal violence, internal colonization in our communities with the MMIP crisis at large. So we tried to shed some light on that by looking at 3 cases. So I hope that's helpful. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you all today, but I wanted to share briefly remotely. Thank you.
So whereas the last question dealt with the lack of information with MMIP reporting, this next question is really dealing with the gathering and disseminating of information we do have. So Shannon, as one of those editors editing these collaborative stories, how do you balance sensitivity and impact working alongside an organization that doesn't share your community perspective?
Well, this goes back to different cultures. And when we're working with 2 different cultures, we have to realize where they're coming from, and they have to realize where we are coming from. And we have to have those conversations. So whenever we were approached by Newsweek to do this collaboration, we basically had to sit down. Oh, this is what we want. And they said, well, this is what we want, et cetera, et cetera. And we just kept chipping away at exactly what we saw was appropriate. In the beginning, I was a little hesitant about doing this collaboration with them because, like we said before, outside news organizations, national news organizations like the Perrier and it was during the popularity of Pose of the Flower Moon, and it was kind of like the conversation. So MMIP was coming into the conversation and the Osage Nation. So that's why they reached out to us, was because we were the popular Native American tribe at the time. And I knew that. But I said, hey, let's take advantage of this. And so that's how we even started that collaboration. But one of the things that I will say in working with Chelsea is that she is very humble and she accepts criticism very well. And she worked really well with all of us because we were pulling her in 3 different directions. And, you know, one of the stories in the series that she talks about, you know, domestic abuse meets crisis over missing and murdered Native Americans. Well, one of the focal points was JJ. Because, you know, we wanted to talk about that because nobody was talking about that. And you know, Angela talked about feeling guilt. I felt guilt. I felt that we hadn't done our part to tell these stories about MMIP for our community. And it was happening. And no one was saying anything. And I felt that, well, we should. And we just, all we can do is try our best. And because we don't want to face it. I don't know if it's because we're so conditioned not to talk about it, because, as we said, it's been happening to our nation for over 100 years. It's, you know, I thought that with this Newsweek collaboration that we would get all of these eyes on this issue, and that all of these policies and organizations and all of this grassroots stuff would just start popping up, you know. We're gonna get to work, we're gonna get busy. Well, I just checked the numbers on who actually read Chelsea's article on our website, and it's 362. That's it. And that is so typical. Anything that has to do with domestic violence, murder, MMIP, we get a few likes, and then it goes on. So all we can do is we're going to keep covering these things. We're going to get better at it. We're going to collaborate more. We're going to partner more. We're still going to do our part, no matter what. And that's why we have the pledge bowl over here, is that we are going to keep on. Even if for the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever, nobody pays attention, we're still going to do it.
Thank you, Shannon. So, turning to Angel. For the last few years, you and Muskogee Media have really emerged as a front runner for press freedom. What kinds of challenges are there in reporting sensitive and impactful MMIP stories relating to free press and access to information?
I think that for us, at Muskogee News, we were having all these same stories, all the stories that you've been hearing today. We've been hearing them in our nation and running up against the roadblock of our tribe doesn't want terrible things out on the internet about us. This is still very hard in our community. We're still, as a community, battling an outside world that has a lot of stereotypes against us. And so we were running up against challenges for funding. When we start doing these stories, you know, oh my God, why would you put these terrible things out about our people? Why would you do this? Why would you do that? We were running up against challenges of staffing, because it is so hard to sit in a room and hear the same story over and over again with no new outcome. And people burn out and they go other places and they do what's good for their health. And so you find yourself one day sitting there in a room going, what am I going to do to keep the lines of communication open? I've worked on stories that were, our literal newsroom was connecting local people who were not even law enforcement, and they were going out on their own and finding a body of a missing person when no one else would listen. As a person, I was going into spaces and saying, I get that you have an open case, but, you know, what are you doing right now? And what is the plan? And if there was some weird question where they just wanted to skirt it, I would just basically have a shit fit right in front of them and just say, what the fuck is going on? Why aren't you doing something? There was a woman in Okina, and so literally you're looking at this and going, on the one hand, I'm writing a story, and on the other, I'm pissing off my higher-ups who don't want to fund this anymore because it's shedding light into some of the darkest corners we could possibly shed the light. And so the challenge is just getting people to understand that dichotomy that's in our own community. We know that we have difficulty getting information out to people, and if you don't have information, you're not safe. The safest thing you can have is more information, not less. And so how do we make the leadership see that this is where money needs to go? COVID really helped shine the light on that for us. Whether you look back on that era as, oh, it was just flu or it was a very serious illness, we needed to communicate with each other a lot, frequently and fast, to keep each other safe. And so when we were advocating for breast freedom at my tribe, which we won by, basically by the people going to their leaders and demanding better. That was the only thing that drove it forward. We as a press would go and talk to those people and very clearly say, this is what I can't do, this is where I'm getting stuck. And they would get outraged with us. And they would go to the elected officials and they would demand more. They would demand access. And so we ratified our own constitution as a tribe, the people, the voters. We had 500 people register to vote in an election that had never voted before because they knew the communication was so vital to their very existence that they had to go do this thing. They had to try. And these were people who had said, you know, my vote doesn't count, it never has, it never will. And they said, we're in a desperate place, that we need to try this. And it worked. We had a 76.25% supermajority vote to support press freedom at our tribe. And some people look at that and they say, well, the tribe is paying the money. How is that independence? And I say, well, they're not putting the money toward some bullshit golf course. They're putting it into something that can give people communication. We don't need any more country clubs. We need people connected and informed. The people have demanded it. The elected officials are accountable to the people. The people run this nation now. That's a good thing. And so one of the hardest things, aside from the hard, tangible resources, is getting your community to understand that they have that power, and then getting them to take the action. That's the most difficult thing that we're really up against in the world right now in terms of changing things, fixing things, making it better, is the complacency we can all feel as we go home every day and just say, it's 5 o'clock, I'm done. But I spent like almost a decade as a person who never had a 40-hour work week, because this is my family and I need to take their photos and I need to put it into the book. And whether the book is a good, lovely, pretty thing or it's full of sad stories, I need to do this work, I'm driven to do it. It really only takes one person saying, to hell with it, I won't be complacent. And then that spreads to another person who says, you know what, if she will do it when it's hard, I'll do it with her. And you grow that one by one. You grow the buy-in, you grow the understanding. And I could probably tell you 1,000 hours in elder luncheons. You can go down to the center and have lunch with the elders. You can talk to them, you can hear them. And I took everything that they said and I wrote it in my little green notebook, and I went back to my work and I said, how do I satisfy this person? How do I make this person my partner in this project? And once we start doing that, one of the most beautiful things ever happens is that they talk to someone else. They talk to someone who calls 5 other people before you know it, all the aunties are on the hotline. And you got no damn choice but to show up and do what they say. And so I really felt like by the time we were done and got our press freedom, that it was just a bullet train dragging me along for the ride. And I wasn't driving it anymore, it was the people. And once you get some pretty good folks talking about it, it can actually change. And so it was a matter of, yeah, this conversation sucks, and I'm so sick of saying it over and over. What can we do different? What can we just do different today, right now, in this moment? What can I do different instead of just being beat up by it and going home and crying about it later? And when you surrender to that process, it'll eat you up in a good way. And so we really took that to heart, and the Muskogee Nation is doing something they've never done before. Not only did we ratify our Constitution as a people to protect press freedom, they introduced the first FOIA law we've ever had on the books. It's not perfect, we're working on that still. I was really tired, and I was like, I don't know if we can keep going, but there's other people to spread the word out. And then it comes back to me, and they're like, well, now we gotta start on the next level of the list, because we're still not satisfied with it. Once it catches, it's going to become as good as it can be because it's not about one person anymore. And so I feel like we folded it like a deck of cards. All the problems felt like shuffling the deck of cards, one on top of the other. There's the federal government, the state government, the tribal government. Oh my God, as a reporter, I have to make so many damn calls, but one step at a time, one foot in front of the other, enlist the help, make others, your accountability, and you can drive something further than it's ever been. And right now, I sit at Muskogee Media, where it used to be 100% funded by the tribe. We're now a third funded by the tribe. Another third is grants. Another third is our own revenue that we generate. We might be closer to being one of the only super niche independents that's actually making money at this point. Like, last fiscal year closed out at $617,000 of revenue in the black that I gave back to my tribe. Like, we, as a media department, did that. And I went back to my team and I said, look what you did. You built some damn houses, you made some resources happen using the skill that you love and have, and you did it in community, for community, by community. And so I think that we serve this important role in communication, and I was taught that from a very young age. You will have a lot of needs in your everyday life. You need food, shelter, clothing. The people who raised me said, you need information, and you can change any one of those other things on the list with information and the will and determination to do it. So taking those principles and applying them and sharing them with the community and putting that out there has helped us solidify something we never had before. Yesterday, they approved my lease. We're moving off of the tribal property as an independent media. The tribe will not be able to go in and lock the door on us and say, nay, nay, we own this and you can't put out a story that we don't like. We're moving in geographical independence, we're moving in financial independence, and one of the easiest ways that we started was just having a citizen oversight board of just concerned citizens who would show up once a month and say, and they'd say things, and it was not always nice. They would say, girl, I don't like this, I don't like that, and you have to sit in a chair and just hear it, and not take it personally, not fling back at them that I spent 60 hours last week and you just don't. No, hear them. Don't take it personally. Think about a solution and work together. And then once we do that, that's a free thing that you can do in a community today. And then moving from that to the next step, to the next step, together, lockstep, arm in arm, towards the same purpose. And surrendering to that, and you can really change your entire world. We're moving geographically, we're moving financially. I went out and trained major national networks now on how to do some of this stuff for them. I never in a million years thought that I would step anywhere outside of my reservation, because I just didn't have any ambition to do so. I was just like, I'm cool. These are the stories, these are the people I love, and I'm having a great time. And now it's plucking me further along than I ever thought I would go, and I'm having to go, oh, journalism on the whole is hurting right now. And whether you love it or hate it, it's a fact. Well, let's sit in the chair. Let's hear it. Let's not take it personal, and let's fix it. So we're doing that on a national level through the organizations, through like the Tulsa metro area where I live and work. Instead of just getting hot mad about the story that I didn't think was great, I'm like, how can I fix this? And it's surprising how many ways you can if you're willing to bleed for it, put the hours in, I guess. But it's a lot of work, and so you have to have a team behind you, and no one does this together. Everything that the Muskogee Creek Nation accomplished, they did it through IJA, through the other people who've been there before. Shannon set an incredible example for us, and we literally begged, borrowed, and stole the documents and how they organized it, and we used it in our tribe, and so we're sharing. This is what is so beautiful about the Indigenous media world, is nothing is like hoarded to yourself. It's like, oh, it's worked here, take it, try it, tweak it, make it your own, and serve your community well. And we would have Brien Pollard at the table, and he pulled knowledge that he had from similar experiences, and right now it's happening too. Right now, there are other tribal medias that are being censored, and we're working through these organizations to give them support, keep them motivated, because it's a daunting thing to go up against the machines that don't want to spread information very transparently, but we know that more than anything, just as much as we will protect land and water, we have to protect the resources of stories and our ability to tell them for ourselves, because that is the thing that sustained us through all the generations of trauma, through all the generations of hurt and angst. So we have to protect that just as much as we would any other precious resource. And as people, as a community, we need to teach each other how to consume that media in a way that's helpful to us. Just like we would teach ourselves how to eat good food and it's organic, we gotta go and talk to each other about the bullshit we see on social, or some of the crazy stuff we're seeing in weird, these medias are popping up that are completely and utterly funded by like dark money, and they have an agenda, and that's all they're there for. We need to educate each other about this and know how to navigate our people through this new age of information war is basically what we're in. We're in an information war. And then there's books written about it. There's no distinction between soldiers and civilians anymore. Information war is happening to everyone, all of us. And it's been going on for a long time. Look at the textbooks we grew up with, look at the information we've been fed, whether we're on the res or off the res, and what we know about our communities. It's not all what you think it is, and so you have to learn how to navigate those resources. We have to teach, we have to share, we have to get everyone on the same page, because this is just the reality that we live in today. I'm rambling.
You're great. We do have, thank you all for answering the questions that we have preset, but we have a few minutes left, so I wanted to see if there's anyone in the audience that has a question for any of our panelists up here. I'll come bring this mic to you. All right, over in the corner.
Hi, I'm going to pose this question to you because what I've been hearing all of you women say is it's about sharing information, it's about taking care of our communities, and I'm passionate not only to take care of my own which is my own grandchildren, but to take care of all children, because it's true. Every child matters. So a little bit of backstory before I get to the question that isn't necessarily related to what we've been discussing, but it's something we have to talk about, and I'm asking everybody. So I am a MMIP family member. I'm an enrolled member of the Otoe-Missouria tribe, and I'm the co-founder of Traffic Stop, to use my voice to reduce human trafficking. I've asked law enforcement, I've asked 2 different Nebraska senators, I've asked the Nebraska Attorney's Office, and I have asked 1 FBI agent. Just recently, a couple hours ago, I had a conversation with tribal law enforcement here in the building. Because of the lack of media that we natives get, because of our unsheltered and fostered native youths are the most at risk for trafficking, and they have the least amount of support. What are we doing to fight against AI-generated CSAM? So for those of you who don't know what CSAM is, it's no longer child porn, because oftentimes pornography is viewed as consensual. So it's childhood material. I'll have to get back to that because now I'm nervous. But if this child porn, CSAM, is generated by AI, and I know it's possible, and I know it's easy because I create presentations for children and for adults monthly. If it's easy, I'm not doing it, I don't do it, but I need to let you know it's at my fingertips. If I can do that and I'm protecting children, what about the predators? I don't know, but is there a law in the United States on tribal land or in any state that says it's illegal to generate AI-generated CSAM, hold it, barter it, sell it? Our natives are the most at risk. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen to our kids.
I would say Pocahontas is a cartoon. Disney did it. I mean, pretty close. I mean, it wasn't of a pornographic nature, but it was damn close. And the argument could be made that media alone in itself, without the facts, is so misleading that it contributes to fetishization and things like that. So I don't know what the answer is to what are we doing and if there's policy against it. I know that mainstream media contributes to the fetishization of natives. I know that my own tribal government is so woefully behind AI policy that it's embarrassing and scary at the same time. My editorial board is considering policy on AI and how to implement it in our newsroom, and we're probably one of the first people of the tribe at all to even consider it, and that's because we cannot ignore it right now. It's so here that we can't really function in the field without something guiding us through it. And so I don't have answers on it, but I know that it's very pressing that Indian country has a long way to go in getting up to date on AI generation and how to implement it, what to use and what we need to do. And it's one of those themes that I heard earlier. Right now, present today, this is a problem and we have to talk about it. So thank you for bringing it up.
I think that this issue, it all goes back to the simple fact that our communities are traumatized. And when somebody is traumatized, they refuse, just naturally react, but they refuse to talk about what traumatized them. That, on an individual level, is easier to manage. But when it is your entire community, and the entire community is following this unwritten rule that we don't talk about the things that traumatize us, then we're not reactive to what's going on in the real world. Half of my reservation is in the digital divide. That's a problem for their 90s. Half of the people who live on the Pearl Reservation don't have access to the internet. How the hell are they supposed to know what AI-generated anything is if they don't even get on the internet? And we're so woefully behind with technology that we can't even begin to address the problems that the technology is bringing. And it's not just a reservation problem. There are places in America that are facing the same issue, especially low-income, poverty-stricken areas where they cannot address the issues that are happening in their community because those issues come with the technology that's advancing. So not only do we have to get our own communities up to speed with the technology, we have to get them to the point where they can talk about the things that have traumatized them, because that's the only way they're going to be able to address the issues that happen when the technology comes.
One more question before we break before dinner, or what do you think? Does anyone else have a final question? I have a question. Last question.
Good afternoon, and thank you, ladies. My question is, for y'all to be out in the media, for y'all to be journalists, and it's one of those, as maybe speaking as an advocate, as the work that I do, how is it that we can help y'all and have y'all help us in regards to crossing or ability to push that boundary to get our loved ones more exposure, not just on social media. The reason why I say that is because, yes, we've seen over these few years from the process in regards to the case of Gabby. When that occurred, at that same time, there was one of our loved ones that was being trafficked all the way down, but yet everybody was focused on a whole nother matter. All the media national, everything, but yet we still have these loved ones that was in the same predicament, but yet we got overlooked as natives, as indigenous. Mind you, I have spoken probably about a month ago in regards to a couple cases that I have that were working. Not, they're out of Oklahoma, but let alone I'm going to have to cross boundaries, state boundaries on this. Mind you, law enforcement, emails to these jurisdictions, email to the media. I try to set up interviews to get it out there. Not one, but two. I have no responses of setting up an interview. I've asked for, and this is from our local news, I try to get it out there. I put it, social media as it was, the flyers, but that doesn't mean it's constant on others. Now if I push it, it only goes so far. Mind you, how can we work together to cross these boundaries to where we get what we need for our loved ones out there? I'm hearing, yeah, the different tribal, we don't have too many tribal meetings. We need more of those. The thing is of course, yes, some will approve your article, some will say so much. We gotta watch our words or use our correct words if it will be approved before we get anywhere. Mind you, we post it on our own. That's us and our right to do this for our loved ones. But I feel as if the more we were to work together, and for our loved ones, it would get more out there, more across. Mind you, in the same essence of where I'm fixing to go across these state lines into different jurisdictions, just to go and get one case number, which I've been trying to call and get, I have to redo, versus going into a whole other urban area to where it's not primarily natives. But the thing is a lot of work, a lot of support, prayers, let alone just those that I've networked out so far. We've kind of got it going, but it's not enough. I feel the media, I feel it getting out there more in these processes will actually help just that one flyer, that one story will share that one voice. So how is it that we can work together in order to get past this little boundary or cross these boundaries in our media versus work together and advocacy and support that we do?
I think that the first step in any organization I've worked in mainstream media, I worked in tribal media, now I do independent tribal publication. But in all of this experience, the most effective way to communicate with a journalist is to communicate with them before the crisis happens. We have to start building these relationships with the organizations that are doing work for MMIP before the person goes missing. And it's not, we're not put, like, I'm not telling you, you have to go and do this, but I think that journalists have to go out of their way too. And face-to-face interaction before the crisis happens is really important. So I think events like this are really important because you have, 3 news outlets from Oklahoma that know your face now. So after this, anyone who wants to get in touch with someone from one of these outlets, you have to come up and talk to them. You have to give them your card. You have to tell them, this is what I do. You probably will get an email from me when someone goes missing. And making those connections in a real face-to-face, non-crisis situation will make a huge difference. Because in the middle of a crisis, in the middle of a missing person case, journalists, especially your local journalists, are getting so much information about it, they don't know what's true. They have to go out of their way to figure out, okay, well, so-and-so reported this, and so-and-so said this to my reporter, and then so-and-so told my reporter to go talk to this other person who said this about the case. We don't know what is true. We have to go out and vet all of that. So if you have built a connection with a media outlet beforehand, they will know right away, this person is legit. What this person says to me, I know is the truth. I know that this organization works with families. I know that this organization is partnered in our community. But you skip 25 steps. And so building those connections is important. So like anyone here who does any work with MMIP locally in the state of Oklahoma, talk to these ladies here. If you guys do any work in Montana or northern Wyoming, come talk to me.
I was just going to reiterate what Luella said. It's our responsibility to come and build a relationship with y'all. And like going to events, even when we're not covering them. Like there was an event for Aubrey Cameron in February. I just went, and I wasn't doing a story on it, but I wanted to go because I felt like it was important to to see people, to talk to people. And then that way, then I can go back to you and say, hey, I saw you at that event, can you give me some information about X, Y, or Z? And I just want to make a point too, there's been a lot of laws that have been passed, the Savannah's Act, not a visible act. And, I'm just currently working on a story about that right now about, how effective those laws are. And I think it's really important to talk about that policy and how that works at a higher level, but then also how it works on the ground as well. If these laws are doing what they say that they're supposed to do. And I think in this current environment, it's just really challenging to get some of those answers. And so it's good to know, that there's people that want to talk to us, that want to give us that information.
That's why we're having this.
Well, it's one of those things, I do appreciate that, Brittany. That was one outlet that I was glad to network with Brittany, in regards to not just over the program that they had a few years ago, but also in connecting with different other organizations that we sit at the same table, in regards to working with the chapter I've been with for almost 10 years. And what I've done, yes, there are these higher levels, there are certain levels of where we can and what is actually prominent at that time versus where we're right here on the ground actually taking action. But we'll go ahead and kind of kick back in regards to what Olivia had shared earlier. It's one of those. You have those that do their job that are Monday. Mind you, I'm sorry, no disrespect or anything, that are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. But yet, when it comes down to the actual work of the advocacy for those that are actually out here, these nonprofit or grassroots organization, we don't clock in or clock out. It's every day, 24/7. There's something going on within our phones and the concept of different levels, all the way to, it just takes that basic family support, supportive services, reach out, face-to-face, and it's one of those. But as far as trying to cross and work along to get more, just like this per se, this is where we appreciate it. We try to take it as much as we can in the community, for the community, because that's what it's for our people. We are servants of our people and for our loved ones, because it's one of those, as long as we can connect one more, sit with one more, and share that one more of what you do and what I do, it's for them. So it's one of those things, I do appreciate this. It's one of, I try to be there when I can, but yeah, it's one of those, our priority and our focus is our families, what's going on with their situation that counts at this time.
We were hoping for this. Like this is what we want. And I met the Otoe-Missouria delegations here. I'm happy that you all are here, and that's why we wanted to open up these communications, network with one another, and it's going to expand your reach. Because even if I can't help you, I have a network of journalists, not just these ladies. We know everyone pretty much in the Indian country. It's a small Indian country journalist world. But no, we're here to help, so I'm going to give you my card.
It's like, I'm not the mic person, apparently. I know. I've been looking at spreadsheets too long, so use it or lose it. I like to talk about journalism stories' impact with people. And I do really controversial stories, and I've taken some mad heat for it. I do stories that don't have police reports. I do stories where the documentation didn't happen because the people were scared shitless to say it. And I go to people and I tell them, if you will share your story with me, I will protect you, I will put my arms around you, and they will not shake me down, and I will not let someone hurt you on my watch. And I talk about things that happen before other people get to kill someone. I talk about the woman who accuses an official of some shady shit in the back of a car on a dark night that doesn't have a police report. And I give her voice the central focus of my story. And I take some mad heat. People tell me that's not objective. That's, you don't know, like people are just sometimes mad and they'll say anything. And I tell them, I listen to people who've been hurt, period. And if they are brave enough to tell me how they've been hurt, and they are in a place where it will heal them to speak, I give them the megaphone and I let them go. And we have had people put in jail because of it. We have had entire public schools be turned upside down and rapists were put in prison because of our stories. And a person who will go and abuse children and kids will someday kill somebody. And it's kind of like Luella was saying before, it's the crisis. This is the thing that needs to happen. People need to be heard, they need to be listened to. And I have had people come to me and say, that's not objective journalism, Angel, and you didn't have any documents to support that. And I say, show me the objective measuring stick and I will change. Show me how. Because I can't separate myself from being a mom, a human being, a woman who's been scared shitless to walk down the street. I can't change that. That's how I see the world, and it has value. And when you show me a stick that I can measure it with to make it different, I'll do it. But what I can tell you is I know how to measure column inches in a newspaper, and I know how to measure minutes in an audio report, and I can make shit fair. But I will never fall for the objective bullshit ever again. I'll hear people, and we should do that more.
Thank you for the excellent questions from the audience. And if we could just give one last round of applause for our So we went just a little over. So we're going to go ahead and push our dinner speaker back to 5:15. 5:15, 5:30 to give you guys that, or I'll say 5:15 to give you guys that full 30-minute break. Get up and move around and stretch and take a breather. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, everybody. I've lost a lot of people. So, Militia, Luella, my name is Brien. I'm a citizen of the Croatian in my babies. My Osage name is Gatewood, or the one who keeps things good. I'm a member of the Big Lodge clan and a child of the Big Lodge clan. My parents had a sort of arranged marriage, and you'll find out why later. I live in the Benteen area of the Center Lodge District on the Crow Reservation in southeastern Montana. So I wanted you to know who I was and about my connection to my homeland before I shared my story with you. Because my roots run deep in Crow country. I'm a descendant of tribal leaders, healers, educators, but most importantly, storytellers. And our words are powerful. The words of an Osage person have the power to manifest in the physical world. So we grow up being told to watch what we say because our words have power. Power to make wishes for our clan children, to speak prayers over our families, and to speak truth in the world of darkness. The darkness has been written about by publications like National Geographic and the New York Times, but our cultural ways are lost in the translation. The words that are written about us have absolutely do not know me from my work in the Showtime docuseries Murder in Newport. Because not many people in Indian country actually watch this series. It hurts a little too much to see the truth that boldly. So, my involvement with that documentary series did not come easily at all. When the director, Matthew Belkin, and Fairhaven Media came knocking at my newsroom door, I was very, very apprehensive. In fact, I actively dodged Matthew's calls and emails for about a month. I had my receptionist screening. She's out of the office right now. I had my out-of-office email replies set only to his emails. I was really, really tired. Traditionally, the Osage people use the color black to signify victory in warfare. And after Jesuit influence, we began to use black to signify the times that we're in mourning. I've been living in black my whole life. I was surrounded by it at work. At the time, I was covering the separate cases of 3 local missing teenage girls in my community in the short 18 months that I was working for the county paper at the time. I was emotionally exhausted from the weight of writing about loss. I was physically exhausted from producing a weekly newspaper without enough staff. And I was spiritually exhausted from ignoring my own well-being throughout all of this. So yeah, I am proud to admit that I dodged Matthew Belkin's numerous phone calls and emails. But there's another reason that I didn't want to talk to him, and I touched on it a little earlier. I was absolutely done with large media organizations coming into my community, using me as a resource, and then getting the story wrong. I'm the one who has to deal with the fallout. I'm the one who doesn't no longer get trusted. I'm the one who has to hear that journalists just write whatever they want. They don't pay attention to the details. They don't care about the cultural norms. So I was tired. I was over it. I was done with it. And yet, a full month later, I was still getting emails from Matthew Belkin. Who was this man? He was very persistent, which is something that I appreciated in a man. But when you say no, stop bugging me, you kind of expect someone to stop bugging you. But he never did. And in fact, the documentary team was going to be in town the next week. So I was sitting in my office, I did a quick Google, Matthew Belkin, Fairhaven Media, and I came across in the end, I actually felt like this was something I could be comfortable getting behind. And so that began my partnership with Fairhaven and Showtime and Murder in Bighorn. And we were going to tell the stories of Selena Not Afraid, Sarah Stops Pretty Places, Penny Scott, as well as the story of Shakaya Harding, who went missing on Billings. So in visiting with the documentary team, I found out that they figured out who I was because of a column that I wrote for the Bighorn County News that was then ran by Indian Country Today. And that was the number 7 top news item in 2020 for Indian Country Today. A lot of eyes were on that. I did not realize that. But in that column, I wrote the following. I went to cover the first of many vigils for Selena. I was there as a journalist, but I didn't like the feeling of being one of the scavengers who needed a soundbite or a compelling quote. In this profession and my home community of Bighorn County, Montana, it's difficult to be completely removed from a lot of the issues that I cover. I put my camera down. I didn't approach the crying friends and family members, no poking hand, to ask them how they felt. Kids I've known for years were hurting, grieving, trying to make sense of the situation. Grown men who I've known since I was a child, who were taught by society's standards to be tough or openly weeping. Former tribal college students of mine were wondering where to direct their outrage over another light extinguished too soon. I still remember that night to this day. The grief on the ribbons and buildings was so palpable, you could feel it in the air. And that grief is still on the reservation. And I think that it's always been there. We sit in our grief, and it festers, and it takes control of our lives and our families. And then it takes root in our cultural practices and our traditions. And I feel like we've gotten to the point where we don't even know the difference between being a Soldat and being in grief. But it's not just for the girls who were featured in Murder in Bighorn, but for so many others. My grandmother's unnamed twin siblings who were taken away at birth in the 1930s because their mother, my great-grandmother, Luella Strong, wasn't good enough to be a parent because she was a half-breed. And Grandma was not the start of the crisis, and she's definitely not the end. Diane Medicine Horse disappeared in September 1981, never to return. As a child, I played with her daughter, whose small frame and dainty hands naturally led to her carrying her mother's nickname, Tiny. My cousin Letitia Joy Brien, who suffered a violent, physical, abusive relationship with the father of her son, was murdered in 1999, January. She was beaten with a baseball bat and hidden in the woods in Minnesota, hundreds of miles from her hometown in Lakeville, Montana. LaFonda Big Wagons and Corinne Bieber were beaten until they were unrecognizable and left in the snow in November 2003. I went to school with the perpetrators. My uncle, Robert Bugsy Springfield, his body was found in the Bighorn Mountains near the southern border of the Crow Reservation in October 2004. His remains were found just over a year after he went missing, and his clothes were neatly folded next to him. And to this day, there's been no explanation into his death. Levi Brien Yellow Mule has been missing from Wyola, Montana since February 2006. He was last seen 7 miles southeast of Wyola on Little Horn Road near a relative's home. In June 2006, 4 months after he vanished, his ID was found near a pond of the reservation. But there has been nothing else
neighborhood near the intersection of Jackson Street and State Avenue in Billings. No word from him. Raylan Reinhorst was beaten, strangled, set on fire, and left for dead on the side of the road April 2016. And she fought really hard to survive. She walked 2 miles, burned 90% of her body, no clothes, no shoes, and collapsed. And a rancher found her. Jeremy Eastman was run down on River Road outside the Crow Agency and just left there to die in a puddle of his own blood. And he was less than a mile from his dad's house. Nobody is investigating that death. My cousin Lauren's favorite uncle, Jerry Flatlett, was killed by a drunk driver in a hit-and-run accident in December 2021 in Billings, Montana. The driver hit him so hard it knocked him out of his shoes, but he didn't stop to help. The case is not being investigated by Billings PD, and Lauren is still looking for justice. In January 2023, Victor 3 Irons was gunned down. He was shot 4 times in the back after an altercation at Crow Agency. He was taken to the emergency room, but nothing could be done. His grandmother is my aunt. His assailant was convicted of tampering with evidence, not murder. In July 2023, 9-year-old Baron Enemy Hunter III, the son of Pawnee 3 Irons, died after his house was purposefully set on fire. This little boy saved his family, went back in to save his pets, and died of smoke inhalation. And it's actually believed that his home was set on fire because his grandmother, who's been advocating for his mom, named her killer on social media. October 2024, Soleil Bergeron left her home in the middle of the night, leaving behind her phone. And there have been no sightings of her since. Search crews, the FBI, local VA police have all continued to look for her. And nobody understands why a 13-year-old girl would leave her home without her token. Her father, who's my cousin Wade, continues to work to keep her name in the news. And after I wrote this speech and made this PowerPoint, my niece, Stephanie House, was found frozen in her backyard. Witnesses reported seeing her get pushed out of a tribal vehicle near her house, and the man that she was with has yet to be questioned. These are my relatives and these are my friends. They're not just cases. And as long as that list is, there's still roughly 70 murdered and missing Indigenous person cases for my reservation alone. And through all the trauma and all the sadness and all the guilt, the death that has affected me most profoundly is that of my aunt, whose picture got erased or disappeared. I don't know. And I never had the privilege of meeting her. Her name was Beverly Diane Brien. My dad had a stutter when she was born, and he couldn't say Diane, so he called her Dee. They were less than 2 years apart in age, and they were best friends. She was last seen after midnight on November 20th, 1977. Earlier in that day, my parents, who were dating at the time, pulled up to my grandparents' house, and Dee was sitting on the front steps crying. My grandparents at the time were deep in the throes of their separate alcohol addictions. And they were having a drunken party at their house, and Dee was upset. So she jumped in with my parents, and they drove to Hardin, 12 miles away. She stayed in the car while my parents went into the Bighorn bar. And every 20 to 30 minutes, one of them came out to check on her. She kept the door locked, and she had the car key so that she could turn the engine on and keep warm. And it was her job to drive my parents back home after the bar closed. But I never knew my Aunt Dee Dee, but I've been told that I look like her, and that I talk with my hands like her, and I sound like her, and I laugh like her. And growing up, it made me incredibly proud, because I resembled somebody that was incredibly beloved. Anytime I walked in the room, people were happy, because part of her was still here. non-tribal members for any crime or reservation, major or minor. Federal agents get detailed to investigate these cases, and it can take up to 2 weeks before they even show up. And everybody knows the first 48 hours are the most important in a missing person case. I have seen with my own eyes federal prosecutors who are more concerned with their win-loss records than they are with the lives of those who are affected by this crisis. A lot of cases are pleaded out as misdemeanors if they're actually ever charged. And I've seen cases that have lingered in the system with no movement at all. My daughter's uncle was shot in the back, driven 40 miles, dumped at an ER, and he was already dead by then. His killer got 18 months for second-degree manslaughter. I've seen reports of victims who've been left with cigarette burns, contusions, broken bones. The cause of death is inevitably ruled hypothermia. Women who've been left in the snow, hypothermia. It doesn't matter that they have a black eye. It doesn't matter that they have a broken nose. Men left in the mountains, beaten and unrecognizable, hypothermia. It seems that nobody's actually asking why these things are happening. The murdered and missing Indigenous persons crisis is not just an Indigenous issue. And it's time for our friends and our allies to start speaking up too. We have to start demanding reform in the federal Indian policing system. In 2001, tribes didn't even have half the policing resources per capita as non-Indian communities, even though violent crime on reservations is oftentimes double or triple the national average. Major cities like Detroit and Washington, D.C. have 4 to 7 officers per 1,000 members of the community, whereas tribes often have 2 officers per 1,000 members. In 2020, the BIA estimated that tribes need $1.3 billion to operate properly and produce and police native country. And then they allocated $246 million to the BIA. Roughly the same budget that they allocated in 2010. Lack of state, federal, and tribal jurisdictional agreements make it incredibly difficult for law enforcement agencies to investigate crimes quickly. When a crime against a native occurs, law enforcement must determine if the victim was a tribal member or not. And then they have to determine, is the perpetrator a tribal member or not? And then they have to figure out if the crime occurred on reservation land, state land, or federal land. That's how jurisdiction is determined. That's insanity. We have to demand common sense jurisdictional agreements. The most detrimental element of the MMIP crisis is the legacy of silence. We have to start sharing our stories. And one way to do that is to partner with your local tribal publications. Because it's only when we tell our stories that we can start to heal, and we deserve that. We deserve to know what it feels like to be in Salaga or Kukuni or Ani, or just simply Indigenous without a blanket of grief over us. As an Osage person, I'm not supposed to speak the names of the dead. They're no longer with us. It's like calling them back. And it disturbs the peace that they found on the other side camp. But I believe that people who've been forcibly taken from this life are not at peace. And it's only when they receive justice that they'll finally rest. So in the meantime, we have to say their names. And I'm standing here in front of you all wearing black. And it's not because I'm in mourning. It's because when we gather together, like today,
I was so captivated, I forgot I was the MC. So I sat there